All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's live commentary coverage for the YellaWood 500 at Talladega Superspeedway in the third to last race of the NASCAR Cup Series schedule for 2025, our final 500-mile race of the season, final Superspeedway race here, and of course, the second race of the round of 8 of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. 8 drivers trying to vouch for one championship. One driver has locked into the championship 4 in the final round, that being Denny Hamlin, getting his first win at Las Vegas last week. And we see another one of those 7 playoff drivers remaining in their quest for the championship 4 spots win today to advance themselves. We'll have to wait and find out after a long, grueling day underneath the sun in what is Talladega, Alabama. Thanks for everybody tuning in for this afternoon's live commentary coverage. We're about to get into the trivia stuff shortly here with NASCAR Sporkle, as we usually start for the NASCAR live commentary streams for the Cup Series side of things right here on the channel. I also have to get the chat poll up, which will be up in a few seconds as well, for who you think is going to win today's race. So that way that will stay open through the end of stage 2. Who will win at Talladega? So I'll throw in Ryan Blaney, 3-time winner in there. I'll put Chase Elliott because might be a nice sneak pick. William Byron or other. And see what you guys think. Phil Stegman, Jeffrey Giordano, Bono Sports, Matthew Dorter Bruno, and many others, welcome into the stream. Pulling up NASCAR Sporkle at the moment so we can get our quiz started and get into the in-depth stuff with today's pre-race. Get our brains flowing. Get some NASCAR trivia going. Let's go NASCAR. Talladega. So I did some Talladega quizzes during the spring race earlier. Oh no, I did not do Talladega races during the spring race. That's right, because I went to Talladega earlier in the year. So we might not have done a lot of these. Laps led at Talladega. Oh, this is going to be so hard. Let's try this. NASCAR all-time laps led at Talladega Superspeedway, 20 minutes on the clock. 188 names. Coincidentally, the race is 188 laps, so that's kind of funny. And anybody who has ever led a lap in a cup race at Talladega. Let me pull the chat up on my phone so I can see some of your answers as we all play along. Matthew Dorter Bruno, Bill Stegman, Steve Frank Powers. And again, Jeffrey Giordano, Bono Sports. Welcome to the stream, everyone. You guys are the first in the chat for today's live commentary stream. Our like goal is going to be 100 likes for today's stream. We've gotten there for, I think, 3 or 4 consecutive cup races. I think 3 consecutive cup races on the channel, so we'll see if we can go for 4. And this will lead us into the drop of the green flag for today's race as well. One last thing I'm doing before I start the quiz, I'm going to check out the fantasy team just so I have my lineup locked in and ready to go. On my phone. Let's see. Take him. My team's kind of all over the place this week. All right. Fantasy lineup is set. Go over that in a little bit. For right now, let's get this quiz started. Won't let you wait any longer. Again, anybody who has ever led a lap at Talladega. Richard Kyle Petty, first name that comes to mind. David Pearson. I'm just going to throw Richard Brickhouse on here because he's the inaugural winner of the race. Sterling Marlin is the former winner here. Jimmy Spencer. Ernie Irvin. Derek Cope, Harry Gant, Rick Mast. Nope, he's not on here. Musgrave is Chad Little. Allison. DeMarcus. Mark Martin. Or said ever. Oh, there we go. Earnhardt. Dale Jr., Dale Sr., Dale Earnhardt, all-time lap sled leader. Dale Jr., third all-time in lap sled. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon. Matt Kenseth. Ryan Newman. Jamie McMurray. Kevin Harvick. Clint Boyer. Blaney. Ryan and Dave. Cole Custer. I'm going to assume that this... When was this quiz last updated? 2017, okay. Wallace. Rusty. Kenny. Bubba. Lake Speed. Scott Speed also on here. Michael McDowell. Waltrip. Daryl. Michael. Bonnet. Bodine. Todd and Jeff. Leroy Yarbrough. It's not on the list. Yep, AJ Foyt, Andretti. John Andretti, at least. Mayfield, Casey Kane, Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott also on here. Larson, Bowman, Byron Bell wouldn't be on here because it's not updated yet. Denny Hamlin, Bush, Kurt Kyle, David Gillen. There we go. Jarrett, Rudd, Sadler, Elliott, and Hermie. Vickers, another former winner. Mears, Stremme, Sorensen, Tony Raines, Green, Jeff Green. Barry's too new of a name. This was last updated in 2017. Daniel Suarez. Chastain on here at all? Nope. Logano definitely is. Keselowski. About Busher. Yep. Kenny Irwin. Buckshot Jones. Cindric is too new. Again, 2017. Yeah, Mike Skinner is definitely on here. 2017 was the last year this quiz was updated. Stenhouse, he won in 2017. Trevor Bayne. My man, Greg Biffle. Carl Edwards. David Reagan. I do have Ricky Rudd already. Bobby Hamilton, another former winner. Pete Hamilton as well. Regan Smith. Michael Annett. Justin Allgaier on here at all? Yep. Brett Moffitt. Stephen Light. Kevin LePage. He's on here. Morgan Shepherd has to be on here. Burton, Jeff, and Ward. Butch Miller. Nelson Stacy is not on here. Stacy Compton. Robert Presley. Ron Hornaday. Joe Nemechek. Johnny Benson. Oh, Johnny Benson's not on here. Okay, Ricky Craven. Brett Muffin. Tony Stewart, I did not name yet. Dillon, Austin Dillon. Ty Dillon. Labonte, Terry, and Bobby. JJ Yaley. Jason Leffler on here at all? Yep. Alan Kulwicki. Truex. Menard. Steve Park. Johnny Sauter. Jim Sauter. Elton Sawyer. He's not on here. Try Donahue. I don't think he's on the list. Scott Riggs. Travis Quapple. Brennan Gaughan. Cornish. A 112 of 188. Thanks for watching. Quiz for this week is anybody who's ever led a lap at Talladega. Ambrose, yes. Montoya. Already have Stremy Mears. Sorensen we already have. So I thought I put him. I did. Mike Bliss. Jack Sprague. Nope. DiBenedetto might be on here. Yep. Matty D, good pull. Landon Castle. Yeah, Danica Patrick. Almirola. $119 of 188. Jeff Purvis is not on here. Rick Wilson. Joe Ruttman. 121 of 188. David Starr's not a bad pull, but he's not on here. Kligerman. No, he's not on here. Tim Richmond. Anybody who has ever led a lap at Talladega is today's quiz if you're just tuning in. We had 20 minutes. We're at 8.5 minutes to go nearly. 122 of 188. Justin Haley. Not yet. Allmendinger. AJ. I have Larson already. I haven't noticed anybody in the chat that I haven't named yet. Looking back just to see if I missed anyone. Oh, Parsons, yep. Phil and Benny. Ellis, Moroso. I'm missing second all-time in laps led at Talladega. Oh, I didn't try. No, I do have Cale Yarborough already, right? Rich. Buddy Baker. Flock family ever? Nope. Well, Lund. Tiny Lund is on the list. First race here was in 69. David Morrow, welcome to the stream. Connor Burke, welcome in. Yeah, I've got Boyer, Gordon. Pretty sure I put Jeff Gordon. Wall of Diecast, what do you have for me? Anyone? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I got all those guys. Robbie Gordon would have popped up with Jeff. Ryan, Willie Ellis, welcome to the stream. No, Ryan Reed is not on the list. What about Kevin Conway? Scott Pruitt? Kevin Grubb. Ashton Lewis. I've got the Lobanis, Bowman, Rudd, Kenseth, Edwards, Biffle, Boyer. Yeah, I got those guys. I'll try Richardson. He's not on here. 4.5 minutes to go. 130 of 188. It's where we stand. Panch. He raced before Dega. Probably have him. Got a few drivers who have led over 100 laps. I think I tried Setzer already. Richard Childress on here? Yes, he is. Gibbs. I don't even know who that is. Oh, I got so lucky. Garrett Smithley. Jeremy Clements. I don't know if he ever really ran a cup race. Dega, Jennifer Joe Cobb. Probably not. Eric McClure. Eric McClure is on the list. What a pull. I don't think Lorenzen. Oh, he is. Okay, 4 laps led. Fred Lorenzen. I wouldn't have thought he raced here. I do have Tiny Lund. I have Derek Cope already. Who are some guys from the EA games? I don't know of anybody that I haven't named yet. Got 134 of 188. Starting to draw some blanks. Brian Scott. I didn't get Brian Scott, but I got Tig He Scott. I don't even know who that is. Tighe Scott. But we got it. I do have Morgan Shepherd. Farmer, no. Oh, JD McDuffie. Yep. Dick Trickle. He's not on here? Wow. Wrapping up our quiz. We got 60 seconds left. Anybody who's ever led a lap at Talladega. Mike Harmon. Not on here. I do have Mayfield already. Kenny Schrader. Oh, that's a big one. Former winner at Talladega. I do have Bonnet. The Bushes. I can't believe I didn't have Kenny Schrader yet. Terry Kaufman, thanks for that. Pal Tomas, thanks for tuning in. Kevin Stallman, welcome to the stream. Noah Gregson, no. Because it was last updated in 2017, this quiz was. What about, jeez. I was thinking doesn't pop up on here. Wow. Obviously, a lot of names were left off. 137 of 188 was our final score. James Hilton is on the list. Greg Sachs, which I thought I had him already, but I guess I didn't. Bobby Isaac, Jim Vandiver, Dick Brooks, Gary Bettenhausen. I don't know who that is. George Fulmer, David Rudiman, Loy Allen Jr., Bobby Hillen Jr. I swear I put Hillen. Well, obviously I didn't. Lenny Pond, Ron Bouchard, Charlie Glotzback, Trevor Boyes, Don Tarr. I don't know who that is. Don Tarr, Tarr. Steve Grisham, Skip Manning. I don't know who Skip Manning is either. Ramos Stott. I've heard that name before. Randy Tissett, Charles Barrett. I don't know. David Cisco, Wally Dollenbach, Scott Wimmer, another one from my lifetime. Rodney Combs, Jerry Nadeau, another one I missed. Cole Witt. Phil Barkdahl, I don't know who that is. Marty Robbins on the list. You don't usually see him on these kinds of lists, but here he is. Sam Sommers, Steve Moore, Buddy Arrington, Rodney Combs, Walter Ballard, Dan Daughtry, Grant Adcox, Daryl Deringer, Jackie Rogers, Bob Burcham, Joe Frazier, Joe Milliken, Jody Ridley, Gary Below, Clark Dyer. I don't know who a lot of those guys are. Pancho Carter. I don't know who that is. Ed Pim. Pimm. Never heard of him. Andy Houston. Andy Lally. Okay. Josh Wise. I know those guys. And Sam McQuaig. I believe that is all we missed. And Hut Strickland. Which is not the first time I've forgotten Hut Strickland on one of these quizzes. John Barber, welcome to the stream. Sharitha Cooper, thanks for tuning in. AJ Summers, Joe Rochester. Trying to shout out as many of you that I have seen in the chat at least once throughout the course of today's live commentary stream to this point. Thanks for playing along. All right. So trivia is all wrapped up on the channel. We'll highlight the Fantasy League now and then get into the point standings and starting lineup for today's race at the Talladega Superspeedway. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. A chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season if you win a regular season and or playoff championship. 2 chances to win for 2 tickets or chance to win both seasons, and you get either 4 tickets to one race or 2 tickets to 2 different races. All for free at my expense. Again, if you win our either regular season and or playoff championship. So looking at this now, my team for this week, I've got Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, and Chase Elliott. I can only start the same driver up to 5 times throughout the course of the playoffs. Our regular season champion was Monster Jam X10. I believe he is in 2nd place right now in the playoff standings. Head-to-head battles for this week, we got Ryan Blaney versus Chase Elliott. I'm taking Blaney, Penske power all day when it comes to the super speedways with this next-gen car. Bubba Wallace versus Ross Chastain. I've got Bubba Wallace. Great qualifying effort. I think he's got a fast car. Toyotas look pretty good out of the gate this weekend. Logano versus Briscoe. Again, taking the Penske's, going with Joey Logano. Christopher Bell versus Kyle Larson. I've got Kyle Larson, who was actually first, second, and second in both stages. All 3 stages, I should say, back in the spring race. Scored the most points of any driver. And now we'll look at the league playoff standings and see how that is shaping up coming into the week. So Inside Uranus leads the league by just 13 points over Monster Jam X10, who had a nearly 50-point lead last week, lost the lead, still in 2nd, very much in contention. P-Chat Motorsport and Troy the Great in 5th, 1544 rounds out the top 5. I'm sitting in 10th right now at 1489. 120 back with 3 races to go. This week is going to really shape up the standings, I think, for the final 2 weeks. With this being a super speedway, there's going to be a lot of movement this week. And I think whoever is within 100 points in the final 2 weeks of the year, that's pretty much going to be the race for the playoff championship, with Martinsville and Phoenix still to go. Speaking of Martinsville and Phoenix still to go, we'll now take the screen throughout today's live commentary coverage. I'm going to try to update those based off of the stage points scored throughout the course of the race today as well, so you get a better updated version of kind of how the points predicament is looking fall out of the stages, and obviously where everybody is going to be running by the end of this race. So Kyle Larson, 35 points above the cut line. Obviously Denny Hamlin's locked in with a win at Vegas in the first round, so he is in the championship 4. Just racing for more career wins at this point. Got number 60 last week, and to get number 61 this week. Behind Larson, plus 20 for the number 20. Christopher Bell, his teammate Chase Briscoe, plus 15 is the last driver above the cut. William Byron minus 15, Chase Elliott minus 23, Joey Logano minus 24, and Ryan Blaney minus 31. Blaney and Logano both three-time winners at Talladega. Chase Elliott a two-time winner at Talladega. And William Byron, although he hasn't won at Talladega, he's won 5 drafting-style racetracks, Atlanta, Daytona. 4 of those races have been with this next-gen car. So all 4 of those guys below the cutoff line could easily go out there, win this race today, punch their ticket to Phoenix, and that would obviously knock out the bottom of the 4 between Larson, Bell, Briscoe. Even Larson plus 35 by no means is a lock, especially consider what could potentially happen in the wrong direction on that side of things in today's race. You don't want to get involved in an early incident, and if you were involved in an incident, you got to capitalize on stage points for as much as you can, so that way you can kind of back yourself up. As for the 4 drivers below the cut line, though, they're going to have to run top 5 almost the whole race, score a great finish to have a chance to really point their way in at Martinsville. Otherwise, they're going to need a lot of help or more than likely a win at Martinsville to get into the championship 4 if they don't have a good performance today. Even Ryan Blaney minus 31 with 2 races to go. He can make that up. He's won the last 2 Martinsville races, and he's won at Talladega 3 times, so he is very capable of scoring a lot of points here. Same for Logano, Elliott, and Byron, like I mentioned already. So that's the point standings. We'll go over the starting lineup next for today's race. The YellaWood 500. Our scheduled distance 60 laps in stage 1, 60 in stage 2. Final stage consists of 68 laps. Michael McDowell is going to be your pole sitter for today's race. 3rd career pole at Talladega and the 2nd pole of 2025 for McDowell. Chase Briscoe, who has had double-digit front row starts, will be starting on the front row yet again in 2nd. In row 2 will be the 2-time Talladega winner Kyle Busch alongside Austin Cindric, the 2025 spring race winner. Ryan Preece, Josh Berry will line up in row 3, row 4 for Christopher Bell, and then that 3-time winner Ryan Blaney here at Talladega. Riley Herbst, Bubba Wallace will line up in row 5. Wallace, a former Dega winner in 2021 right here in this very race. Alex Bowman, Cole Custer in row 6. Row 7 for William Byron and Chris Buescher. Tyler Reddick, who won the spring race last season, and Joey Logano, another 3-time winner at Talladega in row 8. Denny Hamlin, the 2020 fall race winner in row 9 alongside his teammate Ty Gibbs. And then Kyle Larson and 6-time Talladega winner Brad Keselowski in row 10. Looking for their first Talladega wins, Austin Dillon, Justin Haley, but both super speedway wins in their Cup career. 2 for Dillon, 1 for Haley in row 11. Row 12 for Zane Smith and Ross Chastain. Chastain, the spring winner of 2022. 2-time winner Chase Elliott on the inside of row 13 alongside Daniel Suarez, looking for his first track win. Todd Gilliland, Jonathan Nemechek in row 14, and behind them in row 15, Ty Dillon and Eric Jones. Back portion of the field now, we got Shane Van Gisbergen and Carson Hocevar. Austin Hill, who won the Xfinity race in both attempts this season, the spring and the fall, will be on the inside of row number 17 alongside AJ Allmendinger. Cody Ware, Noah Gragson in row 18. Row 19, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 2017 and last year's fall race winner, alongside Anthony Alfredo. And in row number 20, rounding out the field, BJ McLeod and Casey Mears. So that is the starting lineup for today's YellaWood 500 at Talladega. Here's the command to fire engines.
Talladega, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Here to give the command to start engines is YellaWood 5-star Heroes honorary starter Lulu Gribben, YellaWood CEO Mark Callender, and representatives of the company's network of over 5,000 dealers. Take it away. Travels. Your engines. It's a special relation.
All right, engines fired, as you can hear in the background there, and it's almost time to get started for 500 miles of racing around this bad racetrack, Talladega Superspeedway. 60 laps in the first 2 stages, again 68 in stage 3. Everybody will have to pit for fuel purposes at least once in each stage. So a lot of 4-wide racing in the spring race through stage 1 and stage 2 with the fuel-saving measures. Not a lot of incidences that took place in that first spring race. And the 7 drivers going for those final 3 playoff spots in the championship 4. None of them can point their way in today, but they can try to set themselves up to point their way in at Martinsville. A win is a guaranteed lock. As a Ryan Blaney fan, as you can see with my hat on, I got to get a shirt on yet at some point before the start of the race. I'm really hoping he pulls through. Give me another clutch Blaney win in the round of 8. Can he do it? 3 years in a row. Martinsville the last 2 years, he had a clutch win at Talladega that got him out of the round of 12 a couple years ago after a big points hole as well. So, has to be clutch once again. Second career win in the 2018 Roval race. He was right around the bubble. Didn't need to win that race, but had to have a solid top 5 run. Ended up with a race win and got in. So he's been under this pressure numerous times and has succeeded. Same could be said for Joey Logano. Also, his teammate at Penske has been in this situation numerous times in recent years, including just a couple of weeks ago, barely scraping by on points after the Roval. And that coming down to the last lap. Penske's just been so strong. The drafting style ovals with the next-gen car. Blaney won at Daytona on the last super speedway racetrack. Austin Cindric won the last time we were at Talladega. Can a Penske Ford get to victory lane here today? Because we know they should have the race trim speed. They didn't show as much speed in qualifying yesterday compared to what they usually would. Cindric starts up in the top 5, Blaney top 10, but Joey Logano starting back in 16th. Blaney in 8th. Josh Berry, the Wood Brothers, 21. In 6th, RFK Racing had a pretty decent show out for qualifying between Priest and Buscher. Priest starting 5th. Buscher 14th, just outside the top 10. Keselowski mid-package 20th. We'll see how it goes. You can vote for who you think is going to win today's race in our chat poll. That will remain open until the end of Stage 2. And we already are up to 56 votes in that chat poll. 47% of you taking somebody other than Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, or William Byron for the win. 23% taking Elliott and Blaney so far. Only 7% taking the Daytona 500 winner Byron. Really started to turn it around on speed last week before a DNF following a crash when Ty Dillon was trying to get to pit road. Byron ending his day prematurely, which was a strong day up until that point. Michael, welcome into the stream. Oh, hopeful, but with a different email. Well, thank you for tuning back in. Up over 50 people in the chat already. Saw that during the trivia portion of the live commentary stream as well. So thank you all for tuning in very early for today's live commentary coverage. And again, our light goal will be to get to 100. We're already at 26, and we haven't even gotten to the drop of the green flag yet, so greatly appreciate that. It helps the channel grow a ton as we're down to just a couple weeks of live commentary streams remaining. I'll be at Phoenix for the championship race weekend, Truck Xfinity and Cup action, so there will be no live commentary for the championship finales of all 3 series that weekend at Phoenix, so next week will be the last weekend for live commentary this year. Deborah Carolla, welcome to the stream also. Thanks for tuning in. And the NBC booth today, Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte, as we've seen throughout the USA Network portion of the season. This is only the second race on Big NBC this year. The first was at Daytona. The final 3 races of the year will be on your local NBC affiliate at Talladega, Martinsville next week. And then the weekend after that, the finale at Phoenix. Forgot big ones, how many on the predictions? Oh, geez. I'll say 2. Say 2 big ones. It's either going to be 2 like medium-sized wrecks or it's going to be 1 gigantic one. Because we've seen 1 gigantic wreck in the first half of the last 2 drafting style tracks. The regular season finale at Daytona in stage 1 had a giant crash that took out about half the field. And then at Atlanta, the same thing happened in the middle of stage 2. And the entire second half of the race only had about 20 cars left. Will the leaderboard work? Well, so far, so good. Resger 7 to the stream. Jojo, welcome back. I have a feeling there's probably more of a chance that there's one massive crash. There is a little bit more room to try to escape at Talladega than Daytona or Atlanta. If we do get gridlocked with a lot of 3x3 or 4x4 racing, I could see a wreck at stage 1 when they're going 4x4, because although they're not going at their full speed in the sense of fuel saving, if they end up doing that like they did in the spring, seeing that in person, it looked like they were going to wreck every lap. Even if they were a couple mile an hour slower at the end of the lap on average compared to normal, it doesn't take much. And we've seen issues with fuel saving and still kind of being in that clustered pack and wrecks happening already a couple times this season. Really changes the outcome of the race going forward. And if it happens to one of the drivers competing for a championship, that will be a big story to follow as well.
Just a moment ago, Dale Jarrett said if there's one driver who's in a must-perform situation today, it is indeed Ryan Blaney, who you just mentioned. I asked Blaney, where do you like to be at these super speedway races? He said, I've always been more comfortable leading and controlling the race, especially at the end of the race, where it's my decision whether to throw a block or not. I don't want to leave that up to someone else. That's the question, though, at the end of the race today, Jeff. Who is willing to work with Team Penske and who is not? Team Penske's on the ropes. A win today would put him into the championship four in Phoenix.
All right, let's get back to the start lineup. Row 6, Alex Bowman, Cole Custer. Both looking for the first wins of the season. Row 7, William Byron, the playoff driver, Chris Buescher, won at Daytona in the summer 2023. Row 8, 4 wins combined in this row. Tyler Reddick and Joey Logano. Row 9, on all JGR row, Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs looking for his first career win. Row 10, Kyle Larson. Never won a drafting style race, and Brad Keselowski, 6 career wins at Talladega. Kim Kunis with Denny Hamlin's team.
Well, last week's victory in Vegas marked Denny Hamlin's 60th career Cup win, and it locked him into the championship four. So, what does that mean for the 11 team today? This morning, I talked with crew chief Chris Gale, who told me nothing but winning today can do them any good. They've got the freedom to play with whatever strategy they need to win the race. He also noted if they were to go to victory lane today, it would keep someone below the cut line from locking into the championship, which could benefit their JGR teammates.
Thank you, Kim. Back to the starting lineup in row 11, Austin Dillon and Justin Haley. Justin Haley announced this year won't be back with Spire, looking for a good run. Row 12, Zane Smith and Ross Chastain. Chastain won back here in 2022. He knows how to do it. A playoff driver in row 13. We have Chase Elliott and Daniel Suarez. Row 14, we have Todd Gilliland. He'll start next to John Hunter Nemechek. Back in row 15, we have Ty Dillon and Eric Jones. Dave.
Steve, let's slide back up to row 10 in the 19th starting position. That is Kyle Larson. Jeff mentioned it, never won on a drafting style track. So he was asked about it this week. Hey, what do you think it would feel like? What would it be in victory lane if you finally won one of these? He goes, I used to think it wouldn't be that big a deal. Anyone can win on a drafting style track. Well, now that it's been years and years of trying, I kind of think it would be big. And of course, it'd be huge because he'd be the next entrance into the championship four if he wins here today.
Good stuff, Dave. Oval performances are getting better and better for SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen. He starts on row 16 with Carson Hocevar. A row behind is Austin Hill, who's had a good weekend here in Xfinity Series competition, and AJ Allmendinger. Row 18, Cody Ware and Noah Gregson, who has won here in the Xfinity Series. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., defending race winner. Back on row 19 with Anthony Alfredo. And the final row today, BJ McLeod and Casey Mears, as Casey gets closer and closer to that 600th NASCAR start. Hey, Dylan Welsh, tell us more about Chase Elliott.
Well, Dip, of the 4 drivers below the cut line today, not sure if there is a team less flustered by the ground they have to make up than this group right here on the 19. They qualified 25th. Not a worry from a track position standpoint, but where that could present a challenge is on pit road. They don't have the greatest pit stall selection, and at a place where efficiency on pit road can win or lose you the race, crew chief Alan Gustafson told me this morning that's their most prevalent concern at the start of the day. They like the race car here, finished 5th in the spring, and twice before Chase Elliott stood in victory lane at Talladega. I want to tell you about Busch Light and how Busch Light is giving away $1,000. Follow at Busch Beer on X and enter using hashtag BuschAllForOne, hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in 1 for a chance to win cold and smooth cash. Good luck. Always like to bring you some pep talks, pre-race pep talks with inside the teams. Let's go to Joe Gibbs Racing and the 19 of Chase Briscoe.
Fellas, obviously, got a good starting spot for you. Me up here at the end of this field in the hunt. Obviously, got to get the stage point come down to we got the cycle. So, try to see what we can do. Go on to the next field.
Does come down to execution. Unfortunately, there was a little hiccup on pit road last week that prevented Chase Briscoe from being out in front. Last week, he described it the best race car he's ever had. Well, he gets a second chance at it today, starting on the front row alongside Michael McDowell. Every single one of these drivers, every single one of these fans, every single one of these teams know that here at Talladega, anything is possible. Anything can.
All right, here we go. Crowd on their feet. A packed one at that amongst the Talladega Superspeedway front stretch. Green flag is about to wave as the pole sitter Michael McDowell, who will be on the outside of row 1, will lead us to the green. Exiting the tri-oval now out of the restart zone. End of the front stretch is, of course, where the famed start-finish line is at Talladega. Green flag is in the air. We're underway in the YellaWood 500. Already a few cars just outside the top 10, going from the bottom to the top, leaving only the front 5 rows of cars along the bottom. Kind of a split 2 packs up off the exit of turn 2. Down the back straightaway, Michael McDowell trying to get out ahead with help from Austin Cindric. While the 19 of Chase Briscoe drafts right back along the inside of McDowell, entering turns 3 and 4 after a little help from Kyle Busch, former Gibbs driver himself. Joey Logano to the 3rd lane on the outside, trying to make headway, knowing stage points are important for him today. Bubba Wallace out in front of Logano. And Josh Berry moves out from behind the 2 of Austin Cindric. He leads the 3rd line. And at the end of lap 1, it'll be Chase Briscoe leading the opening lap of the race. And we're already 3 by 3 through the field, including out in front. 3 lines led by Briscoe, McDowell, and Berry. Berry on the outside, McDowell in the middle, and Briscoe down low. Wallace bump drafting Berry, trying to get him fully clear out ahead of the field as they enter turns 3 and 4 on the 2nd lap of the race. Berry is clear. About to find out if we have our first lead change of the race this time by. And as we complete the 2nd lap, it does look like it's going to easily be Josh Berry leading lap number 2. So Berry leads the 2nd lap. 14 positions gained for Joey Logano to now be the push car behind the 21 after Bubba Wallace moves down in front of a fellow Toyota driver, Chase Briscoe, from being the 2nd car in row on the outside to the 1st in line in the middle. Kyle Busch now leads the inside lane of race cars, and his help is going to be coming at the hands of Ryan Preece in the 60. But already got a Wood Brothers Ford, which is a Penske affiliate, and a Penske car up the outside to allow that to happen, even in the early portion of the race. Lap time that last time by for the race leader, 51.233. A lot of 51 ones in the middle of the pack, it looks like, for the faster times. amongst the top portion of the pack. Race bump draft to Kyle Busch all the way down the back straightaway. Big run on that double yellow line for Busch. Entering turns 3 and 4 as he tries to pull to the inside of the 21 of Josh Berry. Will we have a lead change this time around? Not entirely sure. 4 wide now, just into the back half of the top 10. Another line is being formed to the outside with a few cars moving up in the center of the tri-oval and try to block it off. 5 wide now up out of the tri-oval. No, it is 4. It looked like they were 5 wide for a moment. They are not. But 3 rows at least of 4 wide entering turns 1 and 2. Very similar start to how the spring race at Talladega went earlier this season. Is how we're seeing the start of this race begin here in the fall. Dean Tate, welcome to the stream. So Kyle Busch was out in front. Not sure if he's going to lead a lap or not. Up off the exit of turn 4, Bubba Wallace side drafting Busch. Does it again through the tri-oval. 3 lead changes in the opening 5 completed laps. Still 4 wide in the middle of the pack. Haley, Chastain, Cindric, Reddick all in a 4 wide group. Behind them, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ryan Blaney, Ty Dillon, and Kyle Larson. Also 4 wide. Gibbs pushed ahead by Chastain, who's being very aggressive. And one of those middle lines of 4 wide got them back down to 3 wide before getting into turn 3. Allowed them to at least break that kind of clearance. 77 of Hocevar trying to slip to the outside of his teammate Justin Haley. I think it was more him getting off center of Haley and SVG being aggressive enough to kind of take that line away from the 77 of Hocevar. Back to a couple rows of 4 wide in the middle of the pack, while the race leader Bubba Wallace moved down to the bottom of the racetrack to control the race a little bit more as Kyle Busch drafts off of him in second. Top 2 positions clear down the back straightaway of the rest of the pack. Briscoe getting a nice push in the middle groove, though, from Austin Cindric in the 2, and they're trying to gain ahead of steam. Wallace sees that, moves back up in front of the 19 car, and entering turns 3 and 4, Wallace still holds on. Coming up on lap 8 this time around. A lot of racing to go here today. Robert Goodrich, welcome to the stream. NASCAR 25 should have come out sooner so I can put some luck in Kyle Busch's pocket. Well, maybe he's got good fortune here today. I'll be racing at Talladega very soon. That's the next race of the Cup schedule on my NASCAR 25 season. It'll be the spring race, so it'll be kind of fun to do that just shortly after this Dega race. Get through Daytona for Truck and Xfinity first, and then I'll go back to Cup during the week for Talladega upcoming. Josh Berry leads. Joey Logano right there behind him in second. Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch still leading their lines in the middle and lower lane of the racetrack. Berry leading the top. 4 lead changes now in the first 8 completed laps as Berry leads this time by at the line. Top 10 that last time by at the start-finish line had Josh Berry in the lead, Joey Logano second, Bubba Wallace in third, fourth for Justin Haley, Shane Van Gisbergen is up to fifth, and Chase Briscoe 6th, Austin Hill 7th, Kyle Busch 8th, Michael McDowell 9th, Anthony Alfredo in 10th. Alfredo up 28 spots, 26 for Austin Hill, 26 for SVG, and 18 for Haley up inside the top 10. 20 spots gained also for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to 17th from 37th. And some of the biggest losers, Denny Hamlin backwards 22 spots, who is not racing for any sort of points, so he's probably going to play it safe in the first stage or 2. Well, that's the way his race is going right now. Minus 13 for Austin Dillon. Zane Smith down 14 positions. 18 spots lost for Riley Herbst. 15 for William Byron, who needs stage points, so he definitely doesn't want to be losing spots. Ryan Blaney also down 15. Cindric, who started 4th, is back to 20th. Topsy-turviness in that running order in the opening laps, not abnormal, I should say, for Talladega standards, especially when you see the 3x3 and sometimes 4 wide races that we've seen already today in these first 10 laps. So, indeed, a long ways to go yet in today's action. We'll take our first break. You're listening live on KRC, the Cup Series live commentary coverage of the YellaWood 500. Kyle Busch bails out of the lower line. That is losing numbers quickly and losing time to the leaders at the front of both the middle and outer groove of the racetrack. Curious to see what they're going to be doing next. Ryan Blaney up the middle, 4 wide, in the middle of turns 1 and 2 as he's trying to find whatever he can to try to get a hole. He's stuck in right behind his teammate Austin Cindric in that middle to upper lane of the racetrack of the 4 wide. Logano and Dyer needed those stage points as well, who was down 24 entering the race today, sitting in second right now, doing a great job and doing whatever he can to try to keep him and Josh Berry at the front of this line. And also hope that, these playoff drivers he's trying to catch don't get any stage points. Or very minimal if they do. Help his chances of trying to make it into the championship for the second consecutive year alive. And his quest for back-to-back championships. The 3-time champ already trying to go for a 4th title to tie Jeff Gordon on the all-time championships list in the NASCAR Cup Series. 48 laps to go yet in stage 1 this time by.
At the real NASCAR experience, build your own team, race online, go door to door with the stars. Learn more at NASCAR25.com.
I played it. Impressive, it's fun. Even has a little coochie mode. I don't really spend a lot of time in there. I did that enough. I like to pretend I'm a driver.
I like to pretend I'm a coochie.
On board with Kyle Busch. Promising start, but he has dropped back a little bit. Cheddar's onboard shows us in our runs in 18th. He was at the front of this pack not too long ago. There's been quite a bit of movement, actually. There's been some big gainers, and there's been those choosing to drop towards the back.
So one thing Jeff and I noticed we were in the pace car yesterday morning was that crossover. You were with us, how rough it was at the end of the backstretch. So here in the triangle, as we mentioned, kind of wide. That bottom lane can be a little funny on the banking. The bankings in 1 and 2, you just can't imagine just how steep it is. We stopped. And we think the car's going to dip over, it's still banking. But at the end of the backstretch, where the tunnel has been put in, there's a pretty big bump there. And I only say that because, you get in these 3 wide formations, but that's when I think you can get in trouble. Is over that bump, the car can move a little bit, and we'll see. They didn't drive very good in qualifying. We'll see if they drive any better over this bump in the race. Kind of right in this area of the track.
So there's already one driver going to the championship 4. That's Denny Hamlin. He's running in 39th. Doesn't really matter today a whole lot. But, Marty, it sure matters significantly for the driver of the 22. Tell us more about Joey Logano.
Oh, he'd love to get that 4th Talladega win. And, Lee, I love what Jeff Burton did right after the command to start the engines, putting a spotlight on the spotters. Coulter Presley is the spotter for Joey Logano, and I spent some time with him chatting about the work that goes into super speedway racing. He said the week of a super speedway race, they'll spend about 3 or 4 hours breaking down film, but he and Joey will sit down together for 2 hours looking at film together and working on their vernacular, which they've worked on for over 2 years to try and get what Joey wants out of Coleman. Let's listen live to Coleman Presley as he works with Joey Logano on the track.
They're the same, but on top, inside, on the bottom, 3 bubbled out. Those ahead are even behind, even behind, even behind, even behind, even behind, even behind. Those ahead top. 7 fading higher inside 88. 2 wide with him. This car is 3 higher on lane 3. Got 1-5.
It's a sea of information, and that view very much reflects the spotter's view, high above here at Talladega, and information just flow to the max for the drivers and helping Joey Logano out. Joey said, look, I know a win would be fantastic, but I still believe I can point my way through as Ryan Preece blasts his way into the lead, takes Christopher Bell and Kyle Busch with him. Shane Van Gisbergen tucked in there as well. Back on board with Logano. Fellas, he said yesterday, if I can finish top 5 in each of the stages at the race today, I can still point my way in after Martinsville next weekend. So he's not putting a huge weight of expectation on himself that it's a must win. He said, I still believe I can point my way in to the championship 4. Dylan Welsh, tell us about SVG.
Well, you guys noted how much better he's gotten the last couple of months on ovals. The next phase of that improvement is here at Talladega. Shane said he wants to race today. He said, usually I just try to keep my nose clean, but the only way to get better, and I need to get better at these type of races, is to race up front. So he wants to race today. He wants to be aggressive to stay at the front of the field, and he's done that. Started 29th. He's raced in and amongst the top 5 for most of the afternoon. Good start for the 88.
Jeff, I can't imagine. The ovals themselves are challenging, but you can kind of practice that different places. How do you practice this, right? If you didn't come up through trucks and Xfinity where drafting style things, I mean, across the globe, this is one of a kind.
It really is. And I think it boils down to you got to have experience. And I like the idea about today. Like, let's just go run as hard as we can. Let's put ourselves in the front. Let's go act like we're here to win this race. And that's how you learn. When you ride around the mid-pack, you're just trying not to get in a wreck. I'm telling you, you're not learning anything. All you're learning is, did I get in a wreck or not? And what can you do to control that? I believe if you're going to be good at this, you have to learn how to be aggressive. You have to be willing to make some moves that other people make. And there's going to be days it doesn't work out. And you have to be willing to live with that too.
He's getting more and more used to running at the front on ovals. Last week, you remember when he was wrecked? He was in the top 5. He was right behind Kyle Larson. He's really enjoying it. How about Denny Hamlin? We mentioned him before. Kim Kuhn, tell us more.
Yeah, and if you remember at the top of the broadcast, I said the team told me the only reward today is getting a win and keeping some of the championship. So why is he back in the 38th position riding around? Well, they also told me the only risk is Denny getting hurt. And while these cars are very, very safe, this type of racing can be dangerous. We see violent wrecks here. And so crew chief Chris Gale said, don't be surprised if he's playing a little safe, especially early, because I don't want Denny at the risk of getting caught up in a big one and getting injured, knowing we have that spot in the championship 4.
I personally think that's smart. I know there's some Denny Hamlin fans that are out there that are like, hey, let's go to the front. And I think when it gets toward the end of the race, you'll see Denny Hamlin be real aggressive to do what he can to win a race. But early in this race is the risk versus the reward. And for Denny Hamlin at 44 years old with several injuries in his past, it's a smart play.
A little bit of a separation now between the field. Seems like there's about, looking at timing and scoring, I would say there's about 18 cars in the front, 15 or 18 cars in the second group. Marty, what are you hearing out of the Hendrick camp and the 24 of Byron?
Yeah, back there with Denny Hamlin is William Byron, the regular season champ, who looked like he could have won the Vegas race last week and had that vicious wreck trying to come to pit road. I just checked in with Rudy Fugel. I said, is this by design to be back there in 33rd or 34th right now? And he said, yes, it is by design. Once we got shuffled out, we weren't going to fight for that track position. But, Jeff, I love what you said. The information you're not learning right now, if you're William Byron, could be key for later in the race.
It could be key, Marty, but, ultimately, William Byron, I think what he's thinking, what this team has in mind, is trying to avoid the wrecks. Get yourself in position. Remember, Steve talked about having to have a pit stop. Get yourself in position at the right time of this race. And there's a lot of ways to do that. One of the ways to do it, Steve, is to save a little with fuel, make your pit stop a little bit quicker, have a good pit stop, get on pit road at the right time, and try to get your track position that you need to try to get stage points.
Valvoline bringing us this awesome splitter cam. The driver of the 24 said it took him a couple of days to get over last week's big wreck in Vegas when he was running so well.
We'll go through the full field running order as we are at lap 22 of 60 this time by at the start-finish line. Kyle Busch leads the race. Shane Van Gisbergen in second. Justin Haley third. Bubba Wallace fourth. And Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5 in 5th. And 6th is Josh Berry. Chase Briscoe in 7th. Joey Logano 8th. Austin Hill 9th. And Anthony Alfredo in 10th. 11th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Alex Bowman 12th, Michael McDowell 13th, Ty Dillon 14th, and 15th is Carson Hocevar. Ty Gibson 16th, Tyler Reddick 17th, Todd Gillen 18th, Riley Herbst 19th, and 20th, Noah Gregson. Kyle Larson is 21st, 22nd, Cody Ware, Brad Keselowski 23rd, Ryan Preece 24th, and Ross Chastain is 25th. Daniel Suarez in 26th, Chase Elliott 27th, Chris Buescher 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, and 30th is William Byron. BJ McLeod 31st, Eric Jones 32nd, Austin Cindric 33rd, Ryan Blaney 34th, Cole Custer 35th, Zane Smith 36th, 37th, Jonathan Nemechek 38th, AJ Allmendinger 39th, Casey Mears, and Denny Hamlin in 40th. And that rounds out the full 40-car field. Obviously, everybody's still on the lead lap. No incidents to record in these first 23 laps. We are caution-free. 7 lead changes so far. And Kyle Busch, who is leading the race, started third. Currently, Busch has been able to lead for 7 consecutive laps out in front of the pack. And looking at the season statistics right now, Kyle Busch coming into this race, 22nd in points, 62 laps led on the season, and I believe he had almost 50 laps led back at COTA in the spring, so he hasn't had many laps led this year outside of that one road course race. Cool to see him out in front early on at Talladega. He's got some contesters going for the lead to the inside of him, though. Side-by-side racing in both groups of cars right now. The back group may be trying to save a little bit more fuel than the front to have a shorter gas and go pit stop in stage 1. Then to hopefully take less fuel and cycle out in front of the lead pack ahead of them. I would assume that that would be the strategy game. But in my personal opinion, it's still going to be tough to not only pick up a couple seconds of time by pitting for less fuel on pit road, you're also going to have to make up 3 seconds on top of it. I don't know. We're quite a ways back there.
If you scan the QR code you see on your screen or visit NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo to enter, you could have a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Heritage Edition or an epic Bronco off-rodeo experience. Don't wait. Enter now and good luck. Lee Diffie, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton with you here on a sunny afternoon. The morning certainly didn't start that way. Cloudy, quite gloomy and rainy. It was a wet racetrack, but the weather has come our way for this round of 8 playoffs race, the YellaWood 500 here at Talladega. High protein. Thomas's high protein bagels gives us this view of Chris Buescher all over Chase Elliott.
You heard him have to come out of the throttle to keep from getting into the back of Chase. You can make contact on the straights, no problem. But if you hit a guy entering turn 3, you can turn him around. And this area of the racetrack as well. You Chase Elliott going to the bottom of the racetrack. Cars do not drive well at all through here.
Well, Jeff, there's a little bit, I think, of, I won't say panic, but a little urgency in this backpack because of this organized front line. Remember, a green flag stop required. So the standard signature is, hey, let the leaders race, run in the middle of the pack, save a little gas. Well, the leaders, to me, are getting ready to say, fine, you want to cruise? You want to ride in the back? We're going to get single file and see if we can pick up the pace and kind of drop you guys off the back. Dave.
And picking up that pace at the lead right now is Josh Berry. He's led 13 laps more than anybody so far at the front in that blue number 20 roan. Remember, the Wood brothers are affiliated with Team Penske. And when I talked to crew chief Miles Stanley this morning, he said, absolutely, we are Penske family. We want to work with Joey and with Ryan and even with Austin Cindric to try to get one of those cars in the pit lane. But then he said, you know what he said next. We want to win this race. Remember, they were in the playoffs, got knocked out in the round of 16. They'd love to win today, Kim.
And for Kyle Larson running mid-pack, we talk about being successful at these tracks by minimizing the time spent on pit road. One of those elements is saving fuel. Take a listen to the Larson radio.
I just feel extremely slow. Like, we're pretty bad on our fuel numbers. Well, but now. Sorry. Or let's get back up to it if I can. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm slow.
And then Kyle later, a lap or two, said, again, I am slow. I feel every single wind gust. I need someone up on me in the back to feel like I'm not towing an anchor. So, Steve, what is Cliff Daniels and her team thing on top of the box saying that Kyle does not have the fuel mileage that they are looking for?
Well, they get real-time predicted fuel usage. So it's not like a fuel gauge, but what they look at is RPM, what gear they're in, and how much throttle pedal they're using, and it gives you a fuel usage number. And Cliff Daniels is looking for that. He probably has a target of like, hey, I think we should be able to get this many miles per gallon, so we only need to stop at our pit box for this long. That's really what we're seeing through this field right now is this fuel savings. Let's talk a little bit more about how these drivers do it as now we see too wide. And let's look at our friends from iRacing who really do a good job of breaking this down, right? So at Talladega, he's doing all the work, much like an engine pulling a train around. He's breaking the air. So we look at the lead part, his numbers, look, about 5 miles a gallon because he's 100% throttle. 100% drag, he's pushing all the air. So if you go back in the pack, the air is towing these cars along. So this driver back here is 65%. Well, he can go about 6 miles per gallon. So basically a mile further for every gallon, 20 gallons in the tank. That guy could go about 20 miles further, or maybe even about 7 laps here at Talladega. They're not going to try to go further. What they're going to try to do is put less in when they stop. Shorten that green flag gas and go. It is absolutely a game of chess. There, and this is how you do it, Jeff. Right here. That right foot. That's it. That's the magic go pedal, and that's the only way I know how to save gas at Talladega is to let off that throttle pedal.
Well, you heard it from Kyle Larson, like the confusion about, hey, I'm trying to save fuel, but I'm really, really slow. And then crew chief comes back and says, well, you're actually burning more fuel, right? Going slower because of the pack that you're running in. So people act like saving fuel is easy. It's not. It is a very difficult thing to do, all while trying to maintain track position. We just saw what happened. It was single file in about 2 laps. That went completely away.
And it went to 3.
And it went away because as we get closer to pit stops, you need to be in the front, and the driver starts to get more aggressive. And of course, more aggressive drivers at Talladega tends to cause crashes.
Was not that long ago, Denny Hamlin was down in the high 30s, and now he's towards the front. Progressive telemetry giving you the numbers. Noah Gragson finds himself up there. Cody Ware in the Arby's Rick Ware Racing Ford. He led 23 laps at Daytona earlier this year. He's 4th car back in that center lane.
Now it's getting squeezed together like an accordion because we're probably 5 laps away from when I expect we could probably see pit stops somewhere between lap 35 and 45. We're not going to know because they're not going to tell us. These teams are very secretive on the radio. They're trying to come up with a plan. Jeff, I always like to come with maybe 7 to 8 cars. I don't love 12 or 14 cars. It's too many. We start to see the wreck. Too few, you don't have enough help if there's a penalty or an issue.
I agree. If you can get 4 or 5 cars to come down pit road at the same time working together, I think that's the best opportunity for success.
Exactly halfway through stage 1, 30 laps down, 30 laps to go yet in this opening frame. John Nemechek is the race leader. Josh Berry second, Denny Hamlin third, Shane Van Gisbergen in fourth, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Sixth is Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace 7, Joey Logano 8, Chase Briscoe in 9th, and 10th is Carson Hocevar. So that rounds out the top 10 positions here in the opening stage of the race. And we should be seeing green flag pit stops easily within 10 laps. A lot of 3x3 racing in this front pack. And the second group of cars that was trying to save a little bit more gas, now trying to make a charge to the front. And we're back to about one giant pack yet again. Looking back on it, it looks like the top 19 cars separated by just over 1 second from one another. But in this giant lead pack, the entire field back to Eric Jones in 40th, dead last. 2.3 seconds is the difference between first and 40th. Josh Berry out in front still. And Berry has led the most laps in the race so far of any driver. 16 laps led out of the 32. 10 lead changes already in today's race. No yellows. Buffalo Wild Wings, man. Yeah, I haven't had that in at least a few weeks. Got to be getting back on that at some point, sometime soon. My Packers had a primetime game sometime soon. I would probably drag myself to Buffalo Wild Wings, at least for my carryout order. But hey, wings and NASCAR sounds like a great day to me. That's probably what I'd be doing if I wasn't streaming. And I was watching races from the comfort of my couch instead. Definitely been there before. Godzilla Legendary 2078, welcome to the stream. Delbert Wilson, Frederico Sanchez, Alpine fan, and others, welcome to the stream. I know I didn't shout any of you guys out yet, so figured I'd do that now while we're under a commercial break side by side with green flag pit stops upcoming soon. Denny Hamlin's starting to migrate to the front of the field. He's up inside the top 3 now as he moves up in front of Joey Logano into the middle groove of the racetrack. So he leads that line while it's still Josh Berry leading the bottom near the double yellow. Hamlin all the way up now, side by side with Berry. A gigantic run as Berry got a little bit too far out ahead of Brad Keselowski. Hamlin not going to be able to clear the 21 car, but he is right there off of exit of turn 4. So Hamlin, who spent time in dead last for a little bit, trying to save as much gas as possible, has found himself all the way to the front of the pack, still with about 26 laps to go in stage 1. It's going to be very interesting to see how the stage comes down to the wire, knowing where the drivers are running for the championship, and can they get top 10 stage point positions. Ryan Blaney's still back in 19th, hasn't really been inside the top 10 yet today. Joey Logano has been up inside really the top 3. All race, Josh Berry, Joey Logano pretty much been towards the front every lap of this race, if not at the very front. Third line formed on the outside. Shane Van Gisbergen, Noah Gregson, a few others are there. Ty Gibbs moves up in front of SVG. Another car hesitated before pulling out in front of Gibbs, but does, and I believe that might be Austin Hill in the 33. Justin Haley in the 7, excuse me, was the driver who jumped up in front of Gibbs. Haley was up in contention for the win in the final lap or two at Daytona in the regular season finale. Same for Cole Custer, so I'm kind of interested to see if they can pop up and appear to potentially steal one from these playoff drivers late in today's race if they stay out of trouble. Which is easier said than done. Ryan Preece, who started 5th, is back to 38th late in this stage. And again, all 40 cars in one pack out in front of the field. Everybody is easily able to keep up. Looking like a lot of fun out there today. Fun for the fans. Maybe for the drivers to this point. Guess it depends on where the running position is and what's at stake at this point in the race and this point in the season for certain drivers as well. Wings and no wings, yeah. I'll probably have to get some snacks at some point during the middle of the race. I got some peanut butter crackers to try to hold me over. Ty Gibbs' favorite. Had some good sausage dip. Italian sausage, like spread. Some tortilla chips right before I had this. Kind of feels like it's slowing me down a little bit. So I'm trying to intake as much water as I can to keep myself awake for the time being. I wasn't tired like 15 minutes before the stream started, and then I ate that. And I'm like, oh boy, that was maybe not the right decision. Maybe a little too much grease. Right before I have to sit down for about 4 hours. Kyle Busch right back in contention for the lead again. A lot of the veterans of the NASCAR Cup Series, Keselowski, Busch, and Hamlin all inside the top 5. 3 oldest drivers in the Cup Series. Brad's got 2 runner-up finishes with the next-gen car at Talladega. All 6 of his wins came in either the car of tomorrow or Gen 6 era of the NASCAR Cup Series. Right here at Talladega as he tries to go for number 7. He's tied with Dale Earnhardt Jr. all time. He can move to 2nd all time in the track's win list with another one. Dale Earnhardt had 10 wins at the racetrack. That's going to be tough to catch, but Brad is very good here, and we know how strong the Fords are again with the next-gen car at Talladega as well. been fun to watch him. Taking out in an early wreck back at the end of stage 1 was Keselowski and Busch, for that matter, at Talladega in the spring race. And that was all in the midst of green flag pit stops in that opening stage as well. So will we see an accident this time around before green flag pit stops, especially with all 40 cars in one giant pack here? It's going to be very hard to get to pit road. If you're not on the bottom lane, might be next to impossible. A lot of fuel saving has gone on because they've already gone 40 laps on a full fuel run to this point. And still nobody has made a green flag stop yet in stage 1. Couple cars getting out ahead of the pack, maybe trying to push the pace a little bit more before pitting. Get as much time as they possibly can. Nobody makes the left-hand turn towards pit lane this time off turn 4. 40 laps complete at the line. Top 5, Brad Keselowski in the lead this time by Kyle Busch in second, Chase Briscoe third, John Nemechek fourth, and fifth is Denny Hamlin. Long ways to go. Got about 100 people concurrently watching in the chat. Greatly appreciate all of you tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream so we can try to get to that like goal of 100. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the channel. NASCAR 25 returns to the channel tomorrow, as we will do a doubleheader Truck Series and Xfinity Series at Daytona. Going to be starting both seasons. Already going to be locked in as racing as Kyle Larson for the Truck season, because I did start the first 2 stages of that season opener yesterday. I tried to get it in between Cup qualifying and the Xfinity race, but didn't have enough time, so I'll be finishing that race and doing the full Xfinity race at Daytona on the channel. So it's actually going to create about 180 laps worth of racing, so nearly a full Cup race. Like, if it was the Daytona 500, just over 400 miles we'll have right here on the channel, so it'll be a fun one. And you guys will get to vote for who I want to, or who I'm going to race as in the NASCAR Xfinity Series on that game. Trying to get Larson his first career truck title. That'll be kind of fun. Not off to a good start in the race, though, I'll tell you that much. Got a lot of room for improvement going into that final stage, but I got 60 laps to try to turn it around. Would I go to TV if asked? That would be the plan. I would love to do that. I would still like to do YouTube as well, if possible. You know, for like the other series that I wouldn't be at the track doing this for, if it was possible for me to, you know, even if I was on the go, like that would be the ultimate move, but great scheme of things, it's not likely to happen, so this is a great secondary option, getting to watch the racing with you guys every weekend. Still put my commentary skills on full display. Busch, Keselowski still leading their lines. Brad down on the bottom, and in the middle groove of the racetrack, Kyle Busch, the third lane up high, led by Noah Gragson, has only gotten to about the 4th row of race cars for what is underneath him in rows 1 and 2 from the bottom. Second line moving forward up off the exit of turn 4. We've got cars pitting. That would be why. A lot of them from the bottom lane are in. Chase Briscoe, quite a few others. Briscoe was very deep, and he was locking the brakes late. I almost wonder if he was speeding. Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, and several others are in.
Quick stops, Kim.
Dave Burns.
Chase Briscoe just complaining a little bit about a ride quality out of turn number 4. Very bouncy, and so he's going to get just fuel only here. Also, Josh Berry, leader of the most laps so far in his Mustang on and off of pit road.
As these guys leave, we're going to see another wave. Normally, this will come in 3 lanes. There you go, 8 car. Kyle Busch, hand out the window. So that black and bluish car leading the bottom lane, we expect him to peel off. I imagine everyone behind him on the bottom will get left. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Call it 10 cars, including the 9 of Chase Sally.
Whoa, who was that back there?
The top lane of that white car in the back. Very ill-advised to do it from there. I think that was the 11 of Hamlin.
Penalty on as the 19 car.
Yeah, I figured that Chase Briscoe was going to have a speeding penalty. He looked very fast entering pit
There's
road.
something that's going to hamper the 19. Here's Kim.
You see Denny Hamlin making his fuel only stop, nothing to lose. They told him to take it easy. Also fuel only his teammate Christopher Bell.
Clean and away. You see the pit stops on the left-hand side. Everything from a 3.7 to a 6.0.
That's the difference. You mentioned that penalty on the 19, and these cars.
Not good for Briscoe. He's going to end up going a lap down with a pass-through penalty before the end of the stage. A lot of the Fords still have to come to pit road. Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric, the front four, all Fords in the pack of cars that have yet to pit. Couple of manufacturers like William Byron for Hendrick Motorsports. Alex Bowman is still out there on the track as well as they try to keep pace and push it for as long as they can. They'll stay out at least one more lap. Yeah, Hamlin was trying to pit from the outside lane of the racetrack, and when he swung down to the bottom, I don't know who it was that almost clipped him from behind, but nearly had a similar wreck to last week. And mayhem is going on with the Toyotas who have already exited pit road. Her racing with some of the Chevys and Fords who pitted the lap before, like Josh Berry, Kyle Busch, and others. While it's Eric Jones and Kyle Busch leading the pack of cars who have already made their stop. Chase Briscoe has not made the pass-through penalty yet, but he will have to at some point. And here comes some more of the Fords into the pits, but not many. Keselowski, Logano, Gragson, Riley Herbst, Ryan Preece are all in.
I think it's easier to get on and off pit road. Marty.
See Joey Logano coming to pit road. He has been shuffled out 3 times, worked his way back to the front each time. Here's the problem. He did that with Josh Berry helping him. Berry is already pitted. His other teammate, Ryan Blaney, still on the track.
9.4 seconds for Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece 9.5, so maybe a strategy for RFK that they were going to top off on fuel rather than only taking partial fuel. Wonder if that means that they're going to stay out at the end of the stage. I just found it kind of odd that there were 2 RFK Fords that did that. Several others in. Hendrick Motorsports, Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, William Byron, along with Austin Dillon, Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, and Daniel Suarez on pit lane.
As they are, Marty.
See William Byron coming to pit road. He spent most of that run in the back. Going to be fuel for him, and Ross Chastain had to make a hard left to make his pit stop.
Sorry for Chase Elliott in the 9. Marty ran at the back of the top 20 most of the stint, but Alan Gustafson said mileage was good there. Short fuel only stop, Cam.
Kyle Larson, you see there, already done 3 seconds of fuel he took on that stop.
Well, the 24 is going to lead the group off from pit road, all because of a 3.5-second pit stop. Remember, this car rode around the back, saving gas. They're going to try to get up to speed and see if they can blend in front of this pack, which is closing on them very quickly.
4 cars have yet to make a pit stop with still 13 laps to go in stage 1. Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, and Todd Gillen, 4 Fords, have yet to hit pit road. Kyle Larson exits the pit lane, and the 4 Fords are in actually right now.
Who was able to keep the wingman, Austin Cindric. Meanwhile, his teammate Joey Logano lost his wingman, as we mentioned, in Josh Berry.
Speeding penalty for the one of Ross Chastain. Meanwhile, Gragson gets ahead of Logano.
So Chastain and Briscoe with speeding penalties. That means they both have to make a pass through, and if they fall a lap down, only one of them is going to be able to get the free pass at the end of stage 1. Tough break for Briscoe, obviously being one of the playoff drivers, only plus 15 above the cut line entering the day. That eliminates him from any sort of stage point possibility at the end of stage 1. And if he doesn't get the free pass at the end of this first stage and we go caution-free in stage 2 as well, then he's going to not get stage points at all in the race today, either stage. Be very costly in his chase for the championship. Cindric, Blaney right in the middle of the pack and almost getting ran over by oncoming traffic. Blaney tried to make a late move right in front of Joey Logano, and that wasn't going to work. 12 and the 2 are going backwards. They'll fall well out of the top 10. Problems for Carson Hocevar. He's slow up off the exit of turn 4, and he's got a problem as he tries to come to pit road. Not sure what's going on with the 77.
An issue on the 77, that area. There's chaos kind of everywhere. 12 to go. Now you have to get orange. And here he is. Joey Logano inside the top 5. That yellow and red car at the bottom. He's trying to do it. You look around, not a lot of other playoff cars. His teammate, Blank.
Ryan Blaney with a run up on the high side with Austin Cindric. 1 car moves up in front of him. That would be Justin Haley in the 7. They're growing in numbers. 2 more cars up in front of that high lane. Ty Gibbs, and I couldn't tell who the other one was in front of Justin Haley. Replay of Keselowski's pit stop and why it was 9.5 seconds. He actually went through his box, had to back up, and that's what costed him time. And a replay of the 19, coming in a little late. I noticed he locked the brakes up well after they passed the commitment line, so that's why I figured that Briscoe was speeding on pit road. He was way, way too late to be that hard on the brakes. 10 laps to go in stage 1. Looks like they're going to commercial on NBC. We'll keep it right here, obviously, as the race for the stage win and just overall those top 10 and stage points on the line here shortly. Joey Logano giving AJ Allmendinger a huge push on the inside of the racetrack. They'll pull alongside the leaders, Noah Gragson and John Hunter Nemechek. AJ is clear, moves up right in front of Gragson and back down to the bottom off the exit of turn 4 in front of Joey Logano yet more. Back to the middle in front of Gragson, back to the bottom in front of Logano. Gragson with a push into the tri-oval to the outside of the 16. Eric Jones is the 43 car pushing him, not the 42 of Nemechek. My apologies on that. Down to 9 laps left in stage 1. A caution-free opening stage. Chase Briscoe and Ross Chastain, who made pass-through penalties, should go a lap down. There were a couple other cars that also lost the lead draft. Virtue of these green flag pit stops. BJ McLeod about to go a lap down. Carson Hocevar had that unscheduled pit stop. He may go a lap down here shortly as well. Oh, crash! Huge one! Front of the pack. AJ's into the wall. Another car smashes head on. Riley Herbst backs down the track into Austin Cindric. Chase Elliott, playoff driver, involved. Couple of violent impacts. Not sure how that started. Just kind of looking at our leaderboard there. Glanced up, saw smoke at the front. And with the 16 and the 43 going around, that was definitely at the front of the pack. And Chase Elliott, who came into the day below the cut line, is going to have a must-win situation at Martinsville now as he is taken out in this early crash. Late in stage 1 at Talladega with about 8 to go.
Chase Elliott. That's AJ Allmendinger. He had rocketed from 35th to the lead. Justin Haley was one of those constants at the front in the lead pack. Damaged car. Damage for Allmendinger. Damage for Elliott.
Wow. Justin Haley hit hard in the outside wall. Like hard.
Coming to the final 8 laps of the first stage. And it all broke loose on the back stretch heading to 3.
Is that AJ laying down outside of the race car?
That's AJ Allmendinger's car. AJ out of the car. And the AMR safety team and track workers there to assist him.
Fire inside the 16.
There's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He was the defending race winner. He's out. Noah Gragson in the 4. He's out. There's 8+ cars were involved in this incident. Eric Jones, Legacy Motor Club.
He's been able to get back to pit road, and under yellow, they can continue to work. 9 of Chase Elliott, heavy damage.
And AJ Allmendinger up on his feet. So AJ's in that 16. Gragson's up above him. And it was Jones into Gragson, Allmendinger, and there's more contact to come.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a lot. It's time to go. Big push from the 43 to the back of the 4. Just turns the 4. Turns him around to the left, catches the 16. He goes up and makes a really big impact. Look at the front of the field right here. 2 big hits. The 16, oh, that 7 as well. So many big hits into that safer barrier.
It's 2 very common wrecks at Daytona and Talladega. This is one of them. Eric Jones pushing the 4 car, trying to propel him forward. It just did not get it timed up right on corner entry. And around he goes.
Here's the view from Austin Dillon.
Nothing you could do. He got as far left as he could, and they just wrecked down in front of him. On board with Chase Elliott. Every playoff driver's fear right there. You're in line doing nothing wrong. The wreck happens and you're in the middle of the storm.
And he got really good information from his spotter. He lifted. You could hear him lift. The spotter saw that. He lifted, did everything he could, but everybody trying to avoid this, they just collect behind it. That's what's so frustrating from a driver's standpoint here. That you really are a victim of other people's mistakes at a higher rate here than other places.
12 of Blaney just snuck through. What a big hit for Justin Haley. That right front corner flattened on the 7. He comes down and gets Cindric.
An escape for Suarez there.
And AJ Allmendinger, you saw a car on fire, a stream of fluid coming out the back of it.
Here is AJ's view.
Oh, that is such a big hit. I mean, here you are thinking you have a shot to win this stage, and next thing you know, you're wrecked in the infield care center. That's how quickly things change here. Hope AJ's okay. And watch these wrecks, and we forget how big of an impact they are. And trust me from experience, and Dale Jarrett will verify it. It is painful experience. Why drivers are so nervous coming here.
So as the 19 go to work for Chase Elliott, right towards the end of stage 1, things came undone.
Caution out for the first time today. Joey Logano scored as the race leader under yellow. Ty Gibbs in second. Chris Buescher third. Josh Berry fourth. Michael McDowell in fifth. And Jonathan Nemechek in sixth. Tyler Reddick seventh. Christopher Bell eighth. Ryan Blaney ninth. Alex Bowman in 10th. Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez 11th and 12th. First caution of the day strikes at lap 52. Coming up on 8 laps to go in the first stage. Pushing gone wrong in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Eric Jones trying to push Noah Gragson forward in that middle groove of the racetrack. Got Gragson loose. Gragson turns down the track into the right rear of Allmendinger. Kind of hooked him and Gragson up into the wall. And many others slammed into it. Almost every car that was involved in that crash looked like they took a pretty decent shot. And I don't see a lot of them continuing on in the race. Hopefully AJ Allmendinger is okay. Got the wind knocked out of him a bit, and the fire inside the race car with not being able to stop the car. I almost wonder if he might have cut a brake line after the contact with either Gragson or the wall. Couldn't get the car to stop. So he was riding around for a while with that car bursting into flames. Hippie Long, welcome to the stream. First caution of the day. We should get a restart before the end of stage 1. Joey Logano going to have to play defense to try to win this first stage and pick up a lot of points on the drivers above the cut line. Only playoff driver collected in that crash was Chase Elliott, who may be done for the day. It happened during a side-by-side commercial break, so we didn't miss it. Usually when they go to commercial, I kind of go through the leaderboard, so I was looking at the screen and then just kind of out of the corner of my eye, my peripheral, if you will, saw smoke from Eric Jones as he was starting up the racetrack, so I didn't see the initial start as it happened. But yeah, definitely a massive, massive crash. Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones, AJ Allmendinger, Noah Gragson, Austin Dillon, were all involved, and maybe others as well. But those drivers at least were involved, and it looks like Gregson, Allmendinger, Jones, Stenhouse, Haley, Cindric, Elliott are all out of the race. Elliott scored with a last place finish in 40th with where he runs right now, which would score him just 1 point for his finishing position. And obviously no stage points today.
It's to YellaWood for that very generous contribution as well. So still under caution after that multi-car accident involving playoff driver Chase Elliott.
Pit road open, so all of the cars that aren't concerned for points will come down pit road, and for that reason you see so many playoff drivers stay on the racetrack. Byron decided to stay out. We'll have this is a cookie yellow, which means basically lead lap and lap down cars can all pit at once, so imagine we're going to see a start with maybe 2 to go. Kim.
And Larson, one of the playoff drivers that elects to come, they'll put 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, no changes because the handling seems fine. Larson just apologetic, saying it's really draggy. I got to figure out what lane is best for pulling me along to save fuel, Dave.
Josh Berry will get 4 Goodyear tires and a fill of Sunoco fuel. This time a full fill, they hope. Last time they had issues with the can itself. They said their execution was fine, but we're going to have to bring you back down because we didn't get a full.
So they're all serviced. Joey Logano is at the front of this field, and there's just 4 laps left in stage 1. Here's the reason again why we are under caution. Huge hit for the likes of AJ Allmendinger, Noah Gragson, and many others.
I'm surprised they didn't get more in-car cams from the crash that took place. I feel like they only showed 2 of them. And one of which missed the incident, which was Joey Logano, who came out with the race lead. 15 cars stayed out of the pits during the pit stop opening up under this caution. We'll have a couple laps to go on the restart in stage 1 when they do get back to racing. Stage points, again, awarded to the top 10, 1 point per position. Not counting Denny Hamlin, who's locked into the championship 4 with Elliott out, there are 6 playoff drivers that still remain that could lock themselves into the championship 4 with a win today, and obviously trying to get all the points they can in case they don't get the win. Position themselves for the elimination race at Martinsville next Sunday. How many cars taken out in the wreck? I think there were 7 DNFs that I counted. Yeah, 7 cars out of the race from that crash. And I don't know about Austin Dillon, who's a couple laps down, who was also collected. If he's going to be out or not. There are just 32 cars on the lead lap now. With that caution coming out, BJ McLeod gets the free pass. And then Briscoe, Chastain, who had the speeding penalties at the end of that last stage, they did not go a lap down yet, but they were within a couple laps of going a lap down, so lucky enough for them, they're caught back up with the back of the pack, and depending on what they did strategy-wise, they might even be able to leapfrog some cars. And for Briscoe's case, that's huge because it wasn't looking like he was going to get stage points in stage 1. Now at least there's some sort of a chance. It's going to be tough with only a couple laps left in the stage, but a chance is better than no chance. Zubalon, Harley, Braden, welcome to the stream. What places Elliott last after the crash? He's going to be done for the day. 40th place finish for Chase Elliott. Just under an hour into the race here for this opening stage. 1 caution, a massive crash at that. I'm not sure the exact number of cars collected, but 7 cars are out of the race of the 40 that started because of the incident and will not return.
If you're a Chase Elliott fan, these are not the images you wanted to see. Chase has stepped out of his car, and it's day done. That's going to put him in a really tough position headed to Martinsville next week, the final race in the round of 8. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I would say also, though, that there's a lot of racing left to go. So he may not be the only playoff driver sitting in the garage before this thing is over.
There's not a lot of laps, but the racing will be intense. We will see the green flag with 2 laps to go to end the stage. Remember, the top 10 receive points. So if you're 11th on back, the finishes doesn't matter as far as the point situation, but all the playoff drivers are going to do everything they can.
All right, so here we go. 2-lap green-white checker shootout for stage 1. Green flag back in the air. Kind of saw this in stage 2 yesterday in the Xfinity race as well. Joey Logano leads at the start-finish line, trying to get a push from the pole sitter Michael McDowell behind him. Logano has spent pretty much all day inside the top 3, both pre and post green flag pit stops, so great job by that 22 team. Blaney barely missed the wreck. He is outside of row 4. Bell, another playoff driver, inside of row 3. Got to capitalize on this as much as they can. Outside line moving down the back straightaway. Ty Gibbs, Jonathan Nemechek, and Tyler Reddick, 3 Toyotas kind of pushing themselves forward. Gibbs to lead into 3 and 4. Logano losing time on the inside and potentially losing points. His teammate Ryan Blaney up above him. All 3 Toyotas down to the bottom. Now Reddick goes high to block Blaney. And the 54 of Gibbs goes with Reddick. Nemechek stays down on the bottom in front of Joey Logano. The Toyotas are kind of log jamming the lines as they come to the final lap of stage 1. Ty Gibbs leads, Reddick in 2nd, Blaney 3rd, and 4th Josh Berry. Rather, that is Bubba Wallace in 4th in the 23 car behind the 12. And Blaney's going to go high. Not sure if Bubba was going to go with him there. Blaney didn't want to get shuffled out of line, so he stays on the top. As Reddick moves to the bottom, he tries to make a late move back to the outside. Blaney had a head of steam. Now he pushes Reddick to the front. Gibbs is down on the bottom, being pushed by Nemechek. Do you stay in line and sacrifice a potential stage win to secure high stage points if you're Ryan Blaney, or do you make a move to try to win the stage? He's pushing Reddick into the tri-oval for right now. Reddick and Gibbs are side by side as they come to the start-finish line. Blaney not going to be able to get a run, and Ty Gibbs by about a half a car length on the bottom lane holds on to win stage 1 over Tyler Reddick. Wait to see the timing and scoring here. Looks like Ty Gibbs first in the stage, Tyler Reddick second. Then Jonathan Nemechek 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5 and 5th. That was closer than a half a car length for Gibbs over Reddick. By the naked eye, I thought he beat him by more than that, but it was a nose. 4 1,000ths of a second. It was as close as it was. That was a lot closer than I thought. I must have been looking at the wrong thing there. That was actually a lot closer than initially saw. So by 4 1,000ths of a second, Ty Gibbs wins stage 1, and then again Tyler Reddick in 2nd, Jonathan Nemechek 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Bubba Wallace in 5th, and Joey Logano 6th, Zane Smith 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, Carson Hocevar 9th, and 10th was Christopher Bell. So I'll update the points at the top of the screen based off of where they were coming into the day. Drivers who got stage points. So Briscoe didn't get any. Ryan Blaney gets 7. So his deficit is going to be 24 points to Briscoe. Bell gets 1 point to get to 21 above the cut line now. Joey Logano, I believe, was 6th, if I stated correctly. Looks like maybe 5th. Looks like 5th for Logano. I'll hold off on that for a second. I don't know if Logano was 5th or 6th. But yeah, only 3 playoff drivers get points there. Blaney, 4th, Logano, 5th, and Bell, 10th. Playoff drivers who didn't get points was William Byron, Kyle Larson in 13th and 14th. Chase Briscoe, who just got back up to 22nd on the restart. And then Denny Hamlin, who obviously isn't racing First spot in the Final Four because he's already in with the win at Vegas. He was 28th. Chase Elliott 40th, dead last out of the race following the incident at lap 52. Still 32 cars on the lead lap at the end of stage 1. Second caution of the day now at the stage break. 22 lead changes so far in this first 62 laps.
Wood brand pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it. Brestree. Please visit us at brestree.com. And by Progressive, save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. All right, pit lane is getting busy, and our Marty Snyder is there.
Lee, what a terrific back down for stage 1 for Ryan Blaney. He gets seven stage points, I should say. They've had some radio issues on the 12. Meanwhile, 22 of Joey Logano said he's loose in traffic. Way different when he's out front, Dylan.
Good first stage for Ty Gibbs. 4 tires, bottom left of the screen, and Tyler Reddick's service already down and complete.
Yeah, Tyler, quiet about the car. Didn't ask for anything except for a tear-off. You saw those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They waited on fuel.
Certainly was productive for the two Penske drivers who needed those points. Whoa, look at that. Anthony Alfredo, the wrong way in his box.
So I thought Logano was 6th at the end of stage 1, but our leaderboard was scoring him in 5th. "16 different drivers led at least one lap in stage 1 alone. That is insane. 16 drivers have led already in the race, all in stage 1, amongst those 22 lead changes. Very competitive first stage. So Logano was 6th at the end of stage 1. I don't know why our leaderboard had him 5th. But yeah, he was 6th, so he gets 5 points. Updating the top of the screen real quick. Got Logano. Elliott. All right, so the top of the leaderboard, those are all of the point standings based off of the stage points scored in stage 1. Chase Elliott's going to only get 1 point for today, so that is worth noting, even though he would technically be minus 23 still, because Briscoe didn't get any stage points either on the cut line. Chase Elliott, obviously not in a great spot to try to make it on points. And I can give you an update on how far back Chase Elliott is on points with him being in the garage and out next time they show it on the leaderboard. Imagine if SVG wins at Talladega. I mean, it's not impossible. He's been leading laps today. He led laps at Daytona in the regular season finale. He's been running better on the ovals overall. He's starting to turn the corner in a hurry. From like Richmond on, middle of August on, he has been doing a lot better for himself on the ovals. That was a slow turn of the corner, and then over the last month, really ever since he got eliminated from the opening round of the playoffs, round 2 has been going really well for him. Dylan Welch is standing with AJ Allmendinger outside the infield care center.
Now, and ultimately, what was your view of everything that went down over there?
I feel all right. It knocked the breath out of me, and then as I stopped it, I felt like the car was catching on fire. So got out and tried to get my breath back. Feel okay now. I'll be sore. Hard hit from my old buddy, but yeah. I mean, was proud of our guys. Black Sire Chevy got it up front there, and I kind of make these decisions on after the pit stop and you get to the front and maybe we'll go run to the end of the stage. And yeah, I think we're leading there. So Joey was doing a really good job pushing me in the right areas. And I felt like we could kind of direct both lines. Obviously, I had Noah next to me and looked like Noah got turned getting in the corner and it turned me straight up in the fence. So disappointing. That's why I hate this place, but it's part of this racing. And at least we were up front for a little bit there. Sucks to have it happen so early, but end of the day, I get to kiss Tara and Arrow, and I'll be a little sore. It'll be my excuse when I play Trent on my golf game. Why he's got to give me strokes now, but other than that, just disappointing. But always expect the worst here and hope for the best. And today we got the worst.
Good to see AJ Allmendinger out of the infield care center. Marty Sider, Dale Jarrett joining you from the Peacock pit box. And DJ, you said in Countdown to Green, the must-perform driver of the day was Ryan Blaney. And, man, he did it in the second half of stage one.
Yeah, but he had to work for that. He ran a lot in the back there. They played the strategy perfect, and he got in the right lane on that restart. Actually scored more points than his teammate, Joey Logano, who needed points too, but he ran up front the entire time.
You made an interesting comment about Kyle Larson. Is there concern for you about the pace of the 5-car?
Yes, for a number of reasons. That's hard. When you don't have what you feel is the power to go, you're having to use more fuel. And in today's world, in this race, a lot of that is predicated where you can do it, how much fuel you need to use to get the track position that you need.
Boy, Lee, what an eventful stage one. Getting ready to go here for stage two.
It was wild. I just want to jump back real quick to AJ Allmendinger. I've known AJ since he was a teenager. He is such a tremendous talent. He has won in open wheel racing cars. He has won in sports cars. He's won in any form of stock car. And that guy had charged from 35th to have a chance to win that stage. He might be 43, like he said. His old body's going to hurt a little bit. But that guy is the ultimate competitor.
Well, there's no doubt about it. And he talked about hating this racetrack. Well, a lot of drivers feel the same way. And then you win one and you love it. It's just such a challenge. DJ did a great job of talking about Blaney, the job he did, Logano, the job that he did, getting points. They're so good at it. But now, Steve, they're all the way in the back. They pitted to put fuel in. They're actually under penalty right here. So they'll have to restart single file on the bottom lane. But the two Penske cars are nose to tail.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a big problem. You see that big line of single file cars. That's what they topped off. That's the penalty you talked about. The three of Austin Dillon will actually have to give a lap back. He topped off as the free pass, which is a penalty. He has damage from the wreck, but rinse and repeat.
Stage two.
All right, green flag is going to be back in the air. There's a little bit of debris on the grill of the 10 of Ty Dillon, who leads coming to the restart. So I wonder if he's going to let somebody down in line so he can get that debris off the grill, maybe keep from the 10 car overheating a bit. Car who is outside on the restart is going to be the 17 of Chris Buescher, who we haven't seen up in the very front of the field yet. And Kyle Busch, who we saw lead quite a few laps back in stage one, is the driver pushing Chris Buescher. Josh Berry abandoning Ty Dillon. Dillon going backwards in a hurry. 3 wide middle with no help. As the field rushes by Ty Dillon, Buescher leads into turns 1 and 2. Buescher's teammate, Brad Keselowski, trying to start third lane up near the outside. A hesitation and still a move to the outside for Riley Herbst, the 35. That was close. Only for Herbst to move right back down into the middle groove anyway. Not sure what that was all about. Holding Michael McDowell and Brad Keselowski back. I would assume Michael McDowell, with qualifying on the pole, has good raw speed in that 71 car. He was up towards the front towards the end of stage one. Well, he restarted inside of row 2. I'm not sure where he ended up, but working his way back to the front again with Keselowski. A couple more cars move up in front of him. Denny Hamlin being one. Chase Briscoe was another, but then Briscoe back down into the middle again. Keselowski continues his push down the backstretch on Denny Hamlin. And it looks like he's actually about pushing him through the middle of 3 and 4, which he's got to be careful with because that's where we saw the first incident take place because of a push in the outside lane on Noah Gragson from Eric Jones. Different manufacturers, too, where the bumpers maybe weren't going to align right. Ford and a Chevy, different manufacturers as well, obviously, as they try to work together. Brad and Hamlin, some of the better super speedway racers in this era of NASCAR, with Keselowski having 6 wins at Talladega. The likes of Denny Hamlin, although 1 win at Talladega, has 3 career Daytona 500 victories. and seems to be a threat in the 500 most years on the season. Christopher Bell has a bonus point as of right now for the fastest lap of the race. Wonder if you hang out at the back if you're one of those playoff drivers on a restart and try to put down the best lap possible to get that bonus point and then make a charge. Could have been what Bell did to get that lap. I want to see what lap time he ran. 49.235, fastest lap of the race for Bell. 49.2. I haven't seen anybody else with 49.2 yet. That might have been what Bell did earlier. .52s. Justin Haley had a 49.25. He's out of the race now. So Bell and Haley are the only drivers to run a 49.2 in this race today, but about a 49.2 flat for Bell to have that bonus point at this juncture of the race. We'll see if he'll hold on for it. So every point matters. Oh boy, Carson Hocevar up the middle, 4 wide. Look out. Gets right back into the 3 wide middle line in front of Ty Dillon, excuse me. Just talking about Justin Haley, so I slipped up there calling him Haley. Hocevar trying to make another move as he pulls out of line again. He doesn't have anybody going with him, but he's being extra aggressive, trying to make passes in the middle of the pack. Kyle Busch leads up off the exit of turn 4. All clear. Josh Berry up on the outside. Got 3 Fords up there. 2 of them RFK Fords trying to push the Wood Brothers Ford in the 21 of Berry. And Berry's got a huge head of steam through the tri-oval. Busch got out ahead of the 2 lines on the bottom, so that's going to back up the middle as he moves up in front of Chase Briscoe. Riley Herbst now leads the bottom lane of the racetrack. And Herbst is bringing along Anthony Alfredo in the 62. Beard Motorsports, who we've seen up at the front with various drivers over the years. Alfredo has 2 career top 10 finishes at Talladega with this team within the last 4 races here. Roz, welcome to the stream. And just over 100 people watching concurrently throughout the course of the majority of this race so far since we dropped the green flag. So greatly appreciate you tuning in. Our goal to get to 100 likes, we're at 62 right now as we are just in the early going of stage 2. Top of the field running order as we complete lap number 12 in the second stage. Josh Berry led that last time by at the line. Kyle Busch in second. Chris Buescher third. Chase Briscoe fourth. And Riley Herbst in fifth. Up to 25 lead changes. 1 caution for incident. The big one at lap 52. 7 cars have DNF following the crash. 8 were involved at least that have damage. I think everybody on the lead lap right now was not involved in that crash. BJ McLeod 5 laps down in 33rd may have pulled off the racetrack just after the restart for stage 2. He was a lap down and ended up getting his lap back with the free pass, but might have some issues that could be terminal for the Live Fast Motorsport team. All right, 3x3, front 4 rows out in the beginning of this pack. Couple Fords kind of leeching onto that bottom groove. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, bump drafting, working together and try to pick up a lot of spots here. I could pull them inside the top 15 if they got up in line behind Bubba Wallace, who is the 4th trailing car of the bottom 4. And everybody that remains in this race on the lead lap are all up in this lead pack. Again, 32 cars still in it with a shot to win. Lap 73 of 188 entirely in the race. Might be looking at another lead change if Josh Berry doesn't lead this time by at the line. It's going to be close. Berry didn't get up off of turn 4 very well, but through the tri-oval carries enough speed, and it does look like Josh Berry leads the lap barely. Herbst on the bottom doesn't look quite as strong as the 8 in the middle or the 21 up high. Hasn't been able to lead that 35 car to the front. Probably doesn't have enough help with the 62 and 51 being the push cars behind him. Alfredo gets on the back bumper of Riley Herbst this time up off the exit of turn 2. pushes him down the back straightaway, but also pushes in the front couple cars in line Briscoe to Busch and Buescher to Berry. Chase Elliott is 44 points below the cutoff line based off of obviously being in last and where the other drivers in the playoffs are running in this field right now. The cutoff driver at the moment is Christopher Bell, plus 21 ahead of Byron. Yet based off of what they're running, our points up at the top of the screen is a combination of what it was coming into the race, but then I factored in the stage points by Blaney, Bell, and Logano, who are the only drivers that get stage points in comparison to the rest. So to basically kind of dwindle it down by the end of stage 2, you'll know up at the top of the screen how many positions one driver would have to beat another to vault their way ahead of them going into Martinsville next week. Obviously, excluding the idea that one of them could win. And Hamlin, despite having the win, is the third car in line in the middle groove behind his JGR teammate, Chase Briscoe. And we saw him up there competitive middle of stage 1 as well. Kyle Busch has a very good race car today. Could this be the best chance for Kyle Busch to get a race win? Since his last race win over 60 races ago at Gateway in 2023. A lot of Busch fans out there, it's been a long time, but he is looking very sporty. Qualified four straight top 5 qualifying efforts. We didn't get to see Busch for much of that spring race when he was caught up in an early incident during green flag pit stops in stage 1 with Ryan Blaney and Brad Keselowski. The three of them were taken out of the race. But Busch here today looking good, and this is a track he had won twice in his career prior. Once with RCR back in that same 2023 season where he won at Gateway and had 3 wins that year, in fact. Definitely be the feel-good story of the day for a lot of people within the NASCAR fan base. Doing a good job lane changing from middle to top. Hasn't really had to go to protect the bottom yet. Only 3 cars are down on the bottom now. Somehow or another, Blaney and Logano ended up kind of fading. They're now at the back of the middle groove of race cars. Doesn't seem like there's as much fuel saving going on right now because the lap times are about 2 seconds faster a lap at the current moment from where they were back at stage 1. So definitely pushing the pace more. Ten laps of caution have been spent during the big one as well as the stage 1 break. Longest green flag run of the day, those first 52 laps. Anthony Alfredo up 17 positions from the restart to get to 5th place. I believe that is the most positions gained on the restart of any driver. Daniel Suarez is back 18 spots. Same for Cole Custer. The tail end of this lead pack. Byron up 13. Up 11 for Carson Hocevar. Same for Michael McDowell, his teammate. And those are all the big movers and losers, if you will, since the last restart. Now there isn't even a third line down on the bottom of the racetrack anymore. It's all 2 cars. Or 2 lanes of cars. And instead of occupying the double yellow line, it's around the middle and top groove of the racetrack, which we haven't really seen much this weekend. Outside of when it was kind of a train race at the end of the Xfinity event yesterday. About 23-24 to go. The field was single file around the top up until the final 3 laps. Anytime they were double wide racing, it was pretty much top and bottom, or top, middle, bottom if they were 3 wide. Bottom, middle. It was never really this middle top section like we're seeing in the Cup race. Different cars, maybe different handling.
This is the YellaWood 500 as the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs continue here live on NBC. 41 laps to go in this second stage here at Talladega. Time for a Toyota driver update. And as we stand right now, there is the Bass Pro Shops Toyota of Chase Briscoe at the front. He's got his teammate and the first driver confirmed in the championship for Denny Hamlin, who we now ride with right behind him. No pressure on this guy today, other than to keep it clean and to get it to the checkered flag. We're already seeing him in Phoenix. Time to check in with Marty for an update.
Stage 1, Joey Logano ran up front, but if you're paying attention to the 22 in Stage 2, he's lapped back like he is right now with his teammate Ryan Blaney on purpose. He has a gear oil temperature issue at plus 45. He's mentioned it to Paul Wolf a couple of times and said it's really getting hotter the longer they run. When he gets a gap, Steve, he can cool it down a little bit. I just asked Paul Wolf, are you concerned about that? He said, not yet, but if it stays at that temperature, then I will be concerned.
So every car runs the same transaction, which is where the gear oil temperature would be measured. Everyone has the opportunity to cool it the same, but every bit of cooling comes through the corner window. That cooling adds drag, slows the car down. So the teams themselves reduce it down to whatever they think is manageable. So obviously Paul Wolf, Team Penske have a plan. So I don't know if they're just over, or too much restriction, or maybe there's a piece of debris or something in there that's hurting the actual airflow. Something they'll have to keep an eye on as the race goes on. But how about this? As the field slowed to save, the Penske cars hung up, Jeff, and drove right to the front.
Just showed right to the front in one lap. And I will tell you, for the cooling of that gear oil, where that cooling comes from, in cleaner air up front, it will get more air.
Yes.
In the back of the pack, it has less air back there because of the turbulence. So now that he's got this track position, let's see if he still complains about it. Let's see if that temp comes down. That move right there may have been more about that gear oil issue than perhaps track position.
Well, right down in front of Michael McDowell, Anthony Alfredo. That was a crash that didn't happen. My goodness.
I don't know if Alfredo thought he was going to go block the 71. He could get in front of him, but look at this. From the third lane to the first lane, not clear.
Wow.
Jeez.
Great evasive action from Michael McDowell. Here's the view from Chase Briscoe. He must have been saying, oh, I'm in the middle of it.
Anthony Alfredo doesn't run this series all the time, so you don't really trust that guy. Nothing against him. He's a good little race car driver. It's just they don't have a lot of experience racing with him. So when he makes that kind of move, they're like, whoa, what's this guy doing? Concerned everybody.
Back on board with Briscoe. Josh Berry up to the right. Logano down low. Toyota on board, bringing us these awesome pictures, approaching 190 miles an hour, 3 wide here at Talladega. We're talking about Michael McDowell there, Dave. Tell us more.
Well, his spotter, Michael Fisher, said, we really don't want that 62 to get in front of us. That wasn't because of how Anthony drives, but that was a fuel save issue. The 71 is still very, very quick. Remember, on the pole this weekend, fastest car in the field after not qualifying on pole for this season of the drafting track races this year. So happy to be there, still to win this race. And very quick, as long as they don't get wrecked out, Dylan.
And Dave, as Jeff mentioned, Anthony Alfredo, a full-time NASCAR Xfinity Series driver, but consistently races really well at Talladega. Has 2 career Cup top 10s here at Talladega and has 4 top 10s at Talladega in the Xfinity Series. Something else to note, his day job, so to speak, is the Hendrick Motorsports simulator driver. So he does all the sim and R&D work for every other Hendrick Motorsports team. A good opportunity for him to be exposed to his team at that level of the sport.
And I would add to that, I believe a film driver, a guy that's in there working for Hendrick, having track time is very important. You can kind of fool yourself in those simulators if you don't have real world experience. So him running full-time Xfinity, running part-time Cup, I think that's an advantage to what he's doing, trying to help Hendrick Motorsports.
Joey Logano tucked in behind Michael McDowell. With Blaney, his teammate, tucked in behind him. Remember, they came in to this second race in the round of 8, second and last in the playoff point standings. A big performance needed today, and so far, so good for the 22 and the 12. Marty, tell us more about Blaney.
You know, we talked about the gear oil issues for Joey Logano. His teammate Ryan Blaney also having issues. Listen in. So Ryan Blaney's been having radio issues the entire day, Steve. In fact, at one point when he was coming to pit road at the end of stage 1, he said, I'm just guessing what channel we're on. Everybody on the same page now. They're on channel 2. He can hear his spotter Tim Fedewa, but the team having a whole lot of trouble hearing Blaney. So I guess if you're going to have radio issues, Steve, that's the right direction to have them.
Well, yeah, and radio issues are frustrating everywhere, but here they're more than just frustrating. They can hamper your performance. But a little of that frustration is there, and I agree with this frustration. Race car drivers, crew chiefs, teams, they like to operate on their own. This whole plan, we have to have a plan, everybody have a plan. It can be frustrating at times. It's like vacationing with a bunch of friends. If I want to do what I want to do, I don't want to have to follow the group. And Ryan Blaney is a champion. Joe Logano is a champion. So I know they mean well and they want to work together. But at some point, you just want to do what you think is best for you. I worked for Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Jr., and both drivers, while respecting others, did what they thought was best for their race cars. And I will tell you, both won a lot of speedway races operating that way.
Vacation with friends is like fresh fruit. Eventually it gets old.
Oh, look at you. All those comedians out of work. I like it, Tim.
Cody Ware in the 51. The Arby's Ford for Rick Ware Racing. He's at the front again, and how quickly it can change because he was at the back of the pack just a few laps ago. Talladega continues when we come back.
Second time today that Cody Ware's been able to take the race lead at Talladega. About 100 laps to go, 33 left in stage 2. So about halfway through the second stage, 6 laps away from the halfway mark in the race entirely for this afternoon's full 500-mile coverage. 33 lead changes now on the day, and we're still not anywhere near on pace to breaking the all-time track record, which is up above 90 lead changes, which was back in the tandem era of the NASCAR Cup Series. McDowell Ware actually tied across the start-finish line that last lap to see who was leading. Kyle Busch in the 8 car right there with him. Only 11 one-thousandths of a second off. Busch leads the outside, McDowell in the middle lane, and Cody Ware down on the bottom. So we'll go through the full field running order in this second stage. See where your favorite drivers are running right now. 34 lead changes as Kyle Busch led that last lap by at the line. Michael McDowell in second, Cody Ware third, Josh Berry in fourth, and Joey Logano fifth. Cole Custer sixth, Chris Buescher seventh, Ryan Blaney eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, and Bubba Wallace in 10th. Todd Gilliland 11th, Austin Hill in 12th, Ty Gibbs 13th, Ty Dillon 14th, and Ryan Preece 15th. Anthony Alfredo 16th, who was leading moments ago. William Byron 17th, Riley Herbst 18th, Tyler Reddick 19th, and Chase Briscoe back to 20th. 21st, Zane Smith, Kyle Larson. 22nd, 23rd, Christopher Bell. Daniel Suarez 24th, 25th, Ross Chastain. Alex Bowman 26th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 27th. Jonathan Nemechek 28th, 29th for Carson Hocevar, and 30th, Denny Hamlin. Casey Mears' last car in the lead lap is 31st, off of the lead draft, so he'll probably end up going a lap down here before the end of stage 2. Austin Dillon 2 laps down on track at 32nd. BJ McLeod back on track 6 laps down in 33rd. 34th on back out of the race following the lap 52 big one. Noah Gragson will finish 34th. AJ Allmendinger 35th. Eric Jones 36th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 37th. Justin Haley 38th. Austin Cindric 39th. And Chase Elliott, playoff driver, last in 40th. Cody Ware back to the lead again. 35 lead changes in the race as he led that last time by at the line. Okay, welcome to the stream. And many others who I maybe didn't shout out yet. Appreciate you watching throughout today's live commentary coverage. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC. At the end of stage 2, we will have a few things. Obviously, again, the Fantasy League will end up wrapping up the starting 5. So make 2, which will be 30 laps from now. We will close that chat poll up, which we have well over 100 votes so far. 142 of you have voted in the chat poll for who you think is going to win today's race. We'll have our diecast showing as well. Here's Chase Elliott with Dylan Welch outside the infield care center.
For Martinsville. I mean, the assignment's very simple, right? I don't know about the crash. I haven't seen it back, but, you know, I saw someone get turned sideways. Was trying to get slowed up, you know, like normal. And I ended up getting turned sideways and slid into some people, and then they slid in, you know, slid back into me. So I'm not really sure about that. But, yeah, I hate it. You know, I felt like we had ourselves in a good spot before the cycle. I didn't feel like we executed the cycle very well. That put us back in the back again. I'm not sure if that would have helped us miss the wreck or not. Obviously, all that's very circumstantial, but you know, nonetheless, it is what it is. I can't change it now, so just all eyes on Martinsville and try to go up there and get a win.
Well, he's won at Martinsville before, and he would dearly love to. He needs to do it again.
Yeah, probably going to be what it's going to take to get Chase Elliott into the championship four. The only way around not having to go for a win next week to get him into the Final Four would be a crash by several other playoff drivers by the end of the race. We kind of saw that in the truck race on Friday, where there were a lot of playoff drivers that had issues, so it kind of leads for an opportunity for maybe somebody to still point their way in despite having a poor performance. I don't think we saw anybody more than 30 points below the cut line in the round of 8 going into Martinsville next Friday for the truck side. So that could be the case here in the Cup Series, especially if we see accidents at the end of the stages. Again, like we tend to see on the super speedways when we do have crashes, they seem to be in that final 10-lap stretch. Usually it's closer to the end of the stage and we don't necessarily get a restart. It's within the final 3-4 laps or less. That one happened with 8 to go, so we actually had about a 2-lap sprint to that first green-white checkered flag. Kyle Busch's winless streak hanging in the balance yet again, but definitely the best we've seen the 8 of Busch look recently. He did end up with a top 10 finish at his home track last week at Las Vegas, so maybe momentum brewing for that number 8 crew. But looking far better here today. Him and Josh Berry are the two drivers who have led the most laps in this race. And up to this point, 18 laps have been led by Busch, 22 for Berry. The end of stage 1, 16 different drivers led at least one lap. Miles, welcome to the stream. Chris Davis, welcome in. What time did the start? The stream started at about 1:30. Race itself just after 2. About an hour and 36 minutes into the event so far. We're exactly halfway, so pacing for about a 3-hour show as of right now. Already had one big one. My pre-race prediction was 2 of them. I don't think we've seen the last incident so far today. Things have been a lot more calm, I will say, in stage 2 than what it was in stage 1. A lot more double wide rather than 3, and at times 4 wide. And it does seem like the pace has been quickened just a bit as well, because the lap times have been in the 51-second lap range, where at times they were in the 53s trying to save some fuel. So Kyle Busch, leading a lot of laps in stage 2. Michael McDowell's been at the front for some of it. These guys are trying to run a faster pace to keep guys from being able to save. So that way maybe there's more of a chance that the drivers up in front of the field can actually cycle out of pit road with the lead after the fuel only stops. Assuming, of course, we get to green flag pit stops for the second time today. Points as they run right now with where everybody is in the running order, assuming that they would finish in the respective positions for stage 2 and the actual race itself. Plus 14 points for Larson, plus 10 for Bell, plus 4 for Briscoe, minus 4 for Logano, minus 13 for Blaney and Byron, and Elliott minus 45 out of the race. So very, very tight right now. Only 26 points separating second through 7th. When coming into the day, Larson, for instance, who is currently plus 15, was plus 35. No stage points in stage 1 for Larson, none for Briscoe, only 1 for Bell, and those are the 3 drivers on points above the cut line. Fastest fuel only average stop at Daytona and Talladega this year. Joey Logano, number 1. I'll tell you what, that 22 team, they get strategy right everywhere they go. If you want a team that can execute strategy-based races, I trust that 22 team with Paul Wolfe and Joey Logano as a cohesive unit over anybody else in the field. Joey only the one race win so far this season, but still a shot at the championship. And a reasonable one at that, knowing how good Penske is at Phoenix and knowing how good they are right here at Talladega. Logano was up in the top 5 for all but pretty much the final lap of stage 1. He only fell back to 6th, and here he is inside of row number 2. And his teammate Ryan Blaney just another car behind him. They've worked well together to go from the back to the front because they stayed out to get those stage points in stage 1 with the late caution. They had to pit for 4 tires during the stage end. They've come from the back of the pack to the front, and they still have time to spare. 22 laps to go. Side-by-side commercial break airing again on NBC. Top 10 in the running order has Kyle Busch, in the lead. Then Michael McDowell second, Josh Berry third, Chris Buescher fourth, Joey Logano fifth, Brad Keselowski back up to 6th. 7th for Ryan Blaney. Austin Hill, yesterday's Xfinity Series race winner, in 8th. Todd Gilliland 9th, and Ryan Preece rounds out the top 10. Less than a second separates the top 15 positions in the running order, and of the lead pack of 30 cars, 2.8 seconds is the difference between 1st and 30th. Everybody under one blanket outside of Casey Mears, who has lost the lead draft, but still about a half a track off the race lead. If he could stay where he's at right now, he would obviously stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Plus, you got to figure, too, that even if he falls a lap down, if nobody else ends up losing a lap, he'll get the free pass anyway. Could potentially see some pit road speeding penalties. There were 2 drivers, Ross Chastain and Chase Briscoe, who had pit road speeding penalties on entry during green flag stops earlier. Very difficult to go from 200 miles an hour down to 55 in the span of a couple hundred feet. So that could happen again. And if you're of the playoff drivers, you don't want to have that happen, because that costed Briscoe any shot of getting stage points. Even with the late caution, he only got back up to 22nd. And it's taken him a long time just to get back up near the top 10, where he's running now in 12th. 38 lead changes and counting here at Talladega to this point. 100 laps complete this time by at the start-finish line. Logano up 18 positions from the race start, 17 for McDowell. Blaney also up 17 spots, 19 for Todd Gilliland and William Byron. Those are the drivers who have gained the most positions since the restart. Most lost since the restart, 20 for Herbst, Custer, 19 for Hamlin, 21 for Cody Ware. Kind of clinging on at the back of this lead pack just in case an accident takes place. Maybe going to try to miss it. Not a bad strategy. We did see that one wreck back in stage 1. Michael McDowell kind of put in the sucker hole middle lane. Josh Berry and McDowell went to go high in front of Busch. Only Berry was clear. Berry then cuts down to the bottom in front of Joey Logano and his affiliated teammate Ryan Blaney. 4 Fords, Todd Gilliland leeching on. Michael McDowell, who was stuck in the middle, now goes to the bottom lane of the racetrack with his former teammate Todd Gilliland. Berry Logano swing wide. They'll be able to have enough speed to clear Kyle Busch. And the Fords, just like in stage 1 for the most part, trying to take control of the race. 20 laps to go in stage 2. We started seeing green flag pit stops around this time frame back in stage 1. Now, we did have some caution laps at the end of the stage, so it might be a couple laps later before we start to see the first cars come in, but I would imagine it's very, very soon. DJ Galaxy Rage, welcome to the stream. Where's Briscoe? He was in 12th moments ago. Latoya Smith pulling for Kyle Busch in the chat. Berry and Logano kind of getting out ahead of the pack a little bit. Kyle Busch swings out of the bottom from in front of Ryan Blaney, gets right back to the lead car on the top in front of another Ford, Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski. So great push cars behind the 8. And a great car of his own after having the qualifying speed earlier. Was trying to battle back to the lead. And he'll lead this lap of the line. So now 39 lead changes. Not clear of Josh Berry, but by inches he was able to lead. Logano closing in on the back of Berry. Gives him a late push into turn 1. Just one quick shove. Didn't actually lock bumpers. Berry clear up off of turn 2. Doesn't choose to move high to control in front of Busch. Third line starting to form on the outside of the racetrack with the Toyotas of Joe Gibbs Racing, Christopher Bell, and Chase Briscoe, who are both in the playoffs, both lacking stage points today for the most part, only one between the two of them combined. And time is winding down in the stage. Even though everybody has to pit, you still want the best track position possible for when you come to pit road. Makes getting on and off a lot easier. Go in first, likely to cycle out first, assuming you don't have a major mistake in the pit box or a speeding penalty or anything of that nature. At least for Briscoe's sake, he did speed earlier, so I'd assume he knows the limit that he can't cross over. So he hopefully doesn't make that mistake again. If things finish out the way they're looking right now, it's going to be a tight points battle in Martinsville next week. Especially if a non-playoff driver goes on to win this race today. We still have 3 spots viable for next weekend in the elimination race. Top 5 this time by at the start-finish line. Josh Berry out in front. Kyle Busch second. Joey Logano third. Chris Buescher fourth. Ryan Blaney back up inside the top 5 to 5th. 27 separated by less than a second. It was just the top 15 when we were double wide. Now that we're 3 wide all the way through this lead pack. Again, less than a second separates first through 27. That's why if something bad happens, you don't have a lot of time to react, because you have less than a second of on-track time between the race leader and yourself, even if you're towards the back of this lead pack. Huge guessing game. It's a 200-mile-per-hour chess match. But instead of chess being amongst 2 people, it's amongst, in this case, 31 in this lead lap draft. Busch lane changing from middle to top. Pretty much most of the way down the front stretch. Chooses the middle through turns 3 and 4. Josh Berry in the 21, led by the 22 and 12 behind him, still leading the bottom. The fact that those 4 Fords are down on the inside, because I'll include Gilliland in there as well, are going to have a lot easier time, I think, keeping themselves towards the front of both lines above them. Haven't seen a whole lot of side drafting going on today to try to slow one lane down over another. May end up seeing that as we get later in the race. Couple of cars coming to pit road for a green flag stop in the back of this pack.
Back to the front. Here comes Briscoe up high. Briscoe's in a...
Nobody of note really came into the pits that time. That was coming to 14 to go in the stage. The furthest we saw drivers take it in stage 1 was 12 to go, so we'd probably see about 6 to 8 laps left in the stage for some other drivers to hit pit road. Kyle Busch, who's been leading this line, has his hand out the window. He will be pitting. Josh Berry in the 21 looks like he will be coming with him. How many more will follow? Inside line starting to lose a little bit of momentum, as cars above them trying to cycle out in front. Austin Hill going to come to pit road. Same for Kyle Busch, Josh Berry, Michael McDowell, and Cody Ware.
Very nice job being efficient. Talked about it 21 being a teammate of the Penske cars. It's odd to me that they pitted on a different lap, Dylan.
Kyle Busch is in. They were a lap later than they wanted to pit. Came on the radio and said, we have to pit this lap. They made it in, Dave.
Josh Berry and Michael McDowell coming to the end of pit lane, looking for about 3 seconds of fuel in each one of the cars. 2003 for the 21 leading, and then the 71's gone.
And the 2 guys who have led the most laps today leave the pits at exactly the same time. Berry and Busch. Back to it with Byron.
Only small groups of cars have come in so far. I'm still waiting for that mass amount of 10 plus to all come barreling down from 200 to 55 at once. 0 cars come to pit road this time by as they cross through the front stretch. Briscoe Bell still leading the outside lane, no longer 3 wide and more double wide traffic all the way through the lead pack. Both Logano and Blaney, who are at the helm on the inside lane, second and third cars back, are now at the tail end of the current inside lane, back in 14th and 16th on the grid. Briscoe Bell up on the outside, doing a great job getting this track position before the pit stops, trying to do what they didn't do in stage one, and that's maximize as many stage points as they can. Of the cars that pitted already, there isn't really a giant group of them. Kyle Busch and Josh Berry kind of clinging together, and then Michael McDowell and Austin Hill are clinging together in a two-car draft. So they're not going to have anywhere near the speed that this giant pack still has. It just didn't end up pulling enough cars. It didn't pull enough cars down with them to pit road, so that way when they cycled out that they have more cars to draft with to keep their speeds up. So now, Bell, by the way, still has the fastest lap of the race for that bonus point. Interested to see if that's going to stick for the rest of the race. Hand out the window for a couple guys on the inside lane. It looked like Priest and Busch are the two RFK Fords. Actually, it's Keselowski in the sixth. So Keselowski, Priest, second and third cars in line on the bottom will pit. How many others from the bottom lane will pit with them? Byron doesn't look like he's going to pit. He's going to go wide. Lead car in that line also comes in. That would be the 17. So all three RFK Fords will pit at once, but those are the only three cars coming to pit road here this time by.
Synchronized teamwork, Marty.
You see the Roush, Fenway, Keselowski cars coming down pit road. Going to be fuel only for all of them. But you guys mentioned it, Dylan. Just 3 cars coming down pit road. I expect the other Fords coming soon.
And they did tell Brad Keselowski on the radio, get in line here. We need to save some to try to make this as short of a fill as we can, Dave.
Fuel in the Mustang and gone for the 17 of Chris Buescher.
3.1 and 3.2 second stops for all three RFK Fords. Pretty cohesive unit there, but even with as few of seconds as it took for them to put enough in there to make it to the end of the stage, not going to be good. Also, Chris Buescher speeding on pit road. Oh, one car spins. SVG's around as he tries to come to pit road. He's going to back it into the grass, it looks like, on the front stretch. Everybody was able to miss him after locking the rear tires up. Next question is can he get rolling again? Because if he's going to be stuck there, that is going to yield a caution with 9 to go in the stage.
Lose a lap. So these pit stops are finally important. I believe the 88 may bring out a yellow. I think NASCAR is trying to give them a chance to get going. Gas only. Let's see. Bottom of your screen. Briscoe's going to be first away. 88 is still stalled.
It rained earlier, remember. It's locked this morning. That infield is wet. NASCAR does not want to throw the caution right here because it's in the middle of a pit cycle, but they have no choice. The caution comes out right now.
Yep, caution flag is out here at Talladega, our third yellow of the day, and SVG spinning coming into the pits. Probably has some flat tires in the mud, if you will, with the wet infield grass on the front stretch. Cannot get rolling again. He's going to lose his lap. And those who ended up staying out of the pits and have not made a stop yet, they're going to have to pit under caution to cycle behind everybody else who pitted under green.
Or a short track tire. It is hard to get a car to stop. So he trying to take advantage of the skills that he has, ends up locking the rear brakes up, and then loses control.
How that didn't take anybody else out is a minor miracle. Just tap the back of Christopher Bell.
Watch this. Watch this.
Also, look at your mirror. Break it in front, make sure you're good. Just 88, just 88. Coming out of your way, quick.
And that's an uncommon call on the radio coming to pit road, wrecking in front.
Watch SVG. Watch this into the back of the shorty car. Look at that. I mean, Christopher Bell's like, what is going on back there?
Larson's, please just go back in front of me. Just anywhere but directly in front of me.
And he came back behind his teammate Daniel Suarez as well.
Look, it's embarrassing as a driver when that happens, but it happens to a lot of us. You are trying.
Did he just get caught out? Got caught by surprise?
Yeah, like I told you, his tires just don't make as much grip, and he's trying to do what your team wants you to do, right? We talk about executing this sequence. That means getting on pit road as fast as you can, leaving pit road as fast as you can. He's just trying to get all that he can, and when he does, he locks the rear tires up. And that also is a little bit of experience getting more front brake put into it before you pit. Let's listen to SVG.
hit the water. So maybe he feels like there's some water in the seams coming to pit road. I assume that's what he's talking about.
Well, looking down from our commentary position on the apron, even here, just past the tri-oval, there's some weepers. That's below the yellow lines.
It's unfortunate for there's a little bit of you see it right there on the apron.
Yeah, but that's on the apron. That's not where.
That's not on the.
Well, let's get a better shot. But the point is, everybody came down pit road, right?
Yeah, right.
And one person had the issue.
Circle that, Stevie.
So I think right here, maybe there's a little bit damp. But to your point, Jeff, everybody comes down the same thing. Unfortunately for Joey Logano, everybody has a pit because the 22 of Joey Logano is going to have to make a pit stop, I assume, Marty, or do you think they could somehow stretch the tank?
They do not, Steve, and they did not mean to do that. Joey Logano got shuffled out. In fact, Coleman Presley said we're absolutely stuck. So he was supposed to pit with his teammate Ryan Blaney. Could make it happen. One of just 2 cars that has yet to come to pit road here in stage 2. So they're going to have to come and get fuel to make it to the end. In fact, a moment ago, Logano asked, do I need to be on the apron? Paul Wolf told him, you do not, but keep an eye on your fuel.
Yeah, being on the apron allows. So under speed, the fuel kind of sloshes to the right, which is where the design is. When you go slow, the gravity actually pushes the fuel to the left in the fuel cell. So running on the apron helps it pick up everything in the tank. So I wonder if we can get a little bit higher shot of that entry pit road entry. It's an interesting.
You guys pointed out the weepers where the seams between 2 pieces of asphalt reach each other. Now watch this. SPG, watch his left side of his car as he's coming in. He does indeed get his left sides right over that water. That is when he has the issue. And that's initially when the back of the car starts coming around. So maybe SPG is 100% right.
He's used to racing in the rain. He's like, I know that was water. I feel that's water.
I didn't know how he would see it.
I know, it's crazy. Watch this, on board with Larson. Yeah, it's unfortunate for SVG, but like you said, Jeff, that's kind of the same for everyone in that situation. Here comes 22 to service now. The good news is he can take tires now, Marty.
Yeah, so let's go back to the gear oil issue for Joey Logano. Said it has cooled down, but not much. And you got to wonder, taking tires here, if that puts Paul Wolf in a position in just 7 laps when stage 2 is over, if they go fuel only, taking their time on the South Kim to make sure everything's right.
Well, Marty, Tyler Reddick also got shuffled like Logano, so Billy Scott kept him out an extra lap. That yellow, though, did not help him. He called his driver, so they are flipping the stage, put on 4 fresh Goodyear tires, and took a pack full of Sunoco fuel on that car.
It's going to hurt Joey and his goal of finishing top 5 in the stages. He finished 5th in stage 1. Another look at the SVG spin. Through the water, snaps one way, snaps the other. And a lucky escape for those around him.
What is that music going to break? I don't think I've heard that on a NASCAR broadcast before. All right, under caution. 3rd time today, 2nd incident. This one in the middle of green flag pit stop. Shane Van Gisbergen spinning coming into pit road. Stuck out in the grass, yielding a caution. We're going to get another restart late in stage 2 like we did back in stage 1. Only stage 1 had a restart with 2 laps to go. We should have more than 2 laps left on this restart. Waiting to see what the leaderboard is exactly going to look like. It looks like Chase Briscoe is going to be the race leader. Carson Hocevar in 2nd, Kyle Larson 3rd, Christopher Bell 4th, Ryan Blaney 6th, Byron in 5th. I missed him. Byron 5th, Blaney 6th, Ty Gibbs 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Denny Hamlin 9th, Todd Gilliland in 10th, Daniel Suarez, Cole Custer 11th, 12th, up towards the front of the field. So again, under caution for the 2nd time for incident, 3rd time total in the race, and the stage yellow at lap 120 will be up shortly. Make sure your fantasy lineups are locked in at the end of stage 2 or before the end of stage 2. This caution gives you a little bit extra time because had we stayed green, we probably would have gotten to the end of the stage by now. I know I have Chase Elliott on my fantasy team today, and obviously him being dead last, gonna have to make sure he's in my garage. Austin Cindric also out of the race and in the garage for me, unfortunately. So one driver is not going to have a good day in my fantasy team, at least. Hopefully that's the only one. The good news is I get head-to-head matchup bonus points because I had Blaney over Elliott. And that's the only one locked in right now. Long ways to go for this weekend in the KRC Fantasy League.
Strongly, more strongly, just to see, you've got to see Talladega to believe it. And the camping and everything that goes on here, such a fun vibe. Ask any of the drivers. They love it not only for the challenge on the track, but just the general vibe as we show you several replays.
Yeah, scary situation on pit road, be a safety violation for the 10 as he leaves his pit road. Josh Berry's crew working underneath the right rear. There's a tire laying on the ground, and there's not a lot of competition in this pit stop. But Ty Dillon hits this tire. You see the pit crew member very frustrated. That tire makes contact with the crew member who's under the car. Scary, scary situation. Look at that. NASCAR penalizes the 10 as I believe he should be penalized. I think there's just unnecessary. I don't know what information Ty was given. So let's listen to the 10 radio.
Why did they have a tire sitting in our path for exit? What is that about? Man. Bunch of control. No, it's ridiculous. It was right in our exit path.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see it the same way. The tire was there, but you have an obligation. It's in the 21's pit stall. They have every right to have the tire there while they're working on it. That would frustrate me if I was a 21. I'd have to go in and have a conversation. If I'm the crew chief of the 21, I'd like to have a conversation after the race about that whole exchange with the 10.
All right, we can talk about
4 laps to go is going to be the sprint this time around in stage 2. Chase Briscoe outside of row 1. Green flag back in the air as he'll lead the field back into the front stretch restart. Carson Hocevar on the inside of row 1 did not get a great push from behind by Christopher Bell. Maybe because his teammate of Briscoe was up on the outside of the racetrack. But now we got 2 playoff drivers, 1 and 2. Larson, Briscoe. Byron right there behind Larson. Got 5 of the 6 playoff drivers right now trying to go for points up inside the top 7. And Joey Logano having to come from the rear of the field on this restart due to having to pit under caution rather than under green. Almost back inside the top 10. He does have fresher tires. We'll see if that matters much. A lot of lane changing in the back of the lead pack, but everything at the front stays mostly tame. Now we'll move to the bottom by Briscoe, center of the tri-oval. Carson Hocevar going to push him forward now as they stay along the double yellow line, crossing the start-finish line. 3 to go in stage 1. Hocevar lets go in plenty of time behind Briscoe. We'll see if Carson's going to try to make a run and go for the lead here. Late in the stage, William Byron, Kyle Larson, Hendrick Motorsport teammates also going to try to work together. On the outside lane, Byron pushes the 5. The 19 sees that run coming by Larson. Went up to block it. Byron lets go of the bump trap from Kyle Larson as soon as the 19 moved up. The 5 and the 77 are side by side for second. But the 19 of Chase Briscoe still holds on to the lead. Larson finally gets to the outside of Briscoe now. Into the tri-oval. Another great push by the 24. The 5 of Larson holds on, and as they cross the start-finish line, it'll be Larson leading the lap. 2 to go, stage 2. Larson won a stage in the spring race at Talladega earlier this season. Can he win one in the fall playoff race at a more important time of the year? Briscoe up to block the 5. He was able to pull clear through the center of turns 1 and 2 again as he stays on the outside, stays in front of the 5 still all the way down the backstretch. Bell pushing the 77 forward. Briscoe does a great job blocking Hocevar to the bottom again into turns 3 and 4. So while Larson led that last time by at the line, Briscoe was able to pull back clear up off the exit of turn 2. So be another lead change if Briscoe leads this time by. That'll put us at 46 lead changes on the day. Briscoe got bumped by Larson into the tri-oval. Larson just got right into the back of him, didn't lift. Great save by Briscoe, who leads the lap at the line, but Larson's got a charge on the high side. And Joey Logano starting a 3rd lane up at the top. Near contact into turn 1 as Larson aggressively side drafts the 19 of Briscoe. Trying to stay on that right rear corner panel as they exit turn 2. Down the back straightaway, Briscoe still holds the bottom strong. Larson's going to get the push from Byron. Another car moves up in front of Joey Logano to that third lane on the outside, but they're about 4 or 5 rows back. They're not going to be in contention for the stage win like the 2 cars at the front, the 5 and the 19. Byron getting held back by Larson. Larson forced to side draft the 19. William Byron now trying to pick up a run. Carries the bump draft into the 5 of Larson. Larson gets loose. Moves back across the front bumper. Everything's getting jacked up in the outside. That's going to lead for Chase Briscoe to win the stage. Larson does not hold on for second. That push from the 24 came too hard and too late into the tri-oval there, and it got the 5 a little bit sideways. Then after the 5 got sideways, he just threw a major block on the 24 after the fact and caused the 54 the 12 to have to get up out of line. They lost their energy on the outside, not staying tightly against one another, and made for an easy pathway for Chase Briscoe to hold on and win stage 2 here today at Talladega. So after no stage points in stage 1, Briscoe gets all 10 of them in the second stage. Same for Larson, who got none in stage 1. He ends up second at the end of the stage in second. So it'll be Briscoe first, Larson second, Hocevar third. Another playoff drivers of Byron and Bell fourth and fifth. Ty Gibbs in sixth. Ryan Blaney 7th, Todd Gillen 8th, John Nemechek 9th, and Alex Bowman rounding out our top 10. I'll update the point standings at the top of the screen now based off of the stage points scored there. So Briscoe going to be picking up 10 points to Blaney's 4. So Blaney's going to lose 6. He's going to be back to minus 30 on Briscoe. And then Briscoe over Byron gets an additional 3 points. Bell 1 spot behind Byron. 20. Larson got 9. Scored by 2. All right. So I believe the math is going to be correct at the top of the screen based off the stage points in stage 1 and stage 2 of today's race. So Larson will be 37 points above the cut line entering the final stage. 1 point per position in the finishing order. Unless you win, you're obviously in the next round automatically. So Larson's got 37 above the cut line based off the stage points scored today. Bell plus 20, plus 18 for Briscoe, plus minus 18 for Byron, minus 29 for Logano, minus 33 for Blaney, and minus 30 for Blaney. So 30 points out for Blaney, Elliott minus 33. And that is not counting where they are running right now, assuming they'll finish there. But again, that is the stage points alone. So mathematically, that's how many positions, the minus number versus the plus number, that they would have to beat that specific driver by. And obviously, it'll be more so beyond Briscoe because Bell's a couple points ahead of him. Now, Christopher Bell would get the bonus point for the fastest lap of the race at the end as well. So if you wanted to even like add, I don't want to add that because it's not locked in. Somebody could run a faster lap. But he does have that bonus point. So plus 20 might look like plus 21 for him, assuming that holds. All right, so end of stage 2. We'll close off the chat poll. We had 173 of you vote for who you think is going to win today's race. And 47% took somebody other than Blaney Elliott or Byron Elliott out of the race. Definitely can't win. 21% of you voted for him. 9% took William Byron today, who's been quietly good, getting better as the race goes on. Ryan Blaney as well. Stage points on both stages today. He has 23% of the votes. 75 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 100, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. A long race still to go. Final stage is 68 laps. Most points earned in the stages today actually was Ty Gibbs, who gets 15. And the most of the playoff drivers, Blaney and Briscoe, both get 10, 9 for Larson. Bell gets 7, 7 for Byron. Joey Logano, I believe, had 4 in stage 1. 5, excuse me, he had 5 in stage 1. He was 6th. 1 point per. Pit road going to be open this time by. We'll have pit stops during the stage break. Obviously not the final ones of the day. They cannot make it on field to the end from here, but pit road is open.
It's about to get super busy in this stage break. Marty Snyder and the team are standing by. Take it away, mate.
Lee, first time we've seen William Byron flex his muscle today. They've been in fuel-saving mode for much of the afternoon. Rudy Fugle told him, we're going to take 4 tires. The jack will drop. Do not go. Wait on me, Kim.
For Carl Larson, he said, I moved to the bottom once I had no energy. I think the wind is really affecting the car. 4 tires, no-go fuel. Christopher Bell, bottom left. Adam Seidman asking, what do you need? He said, just water and a tear-off, Dave.
Briscoe was told to keep an eye on his fuel pressure because they had an issue on the left stop. He made it to his pit stall. It took fuel, but he also took 4 tires, which put him back in the queue after winning the stage.
6 drivers stayed out. Ross Chastain, Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin, Austin Hill amongst them. 2 others as well. Looked like Josh Berry and Daniel Suarez also stayed out. While 7th on back came to pit road. Some went fuel only. Some took 4 tires. All a part of the strategy for setting themselves up for stage 3. 47 lead changes so far in the race today. 2 hours, 11 minutes total time as we have about 65 laps to go at Talladega. Time for the diecast showing. All right, what are we taking here? I don't know. I couldn't decide. We've gone through every single one. I kind of wanted to show the Elliott Sadler one because that car is synonymous with a flip at Talladega. But I didn't want to do that because we just showed that off on the channel a couple weeks ago because it's new. And, Jeff Burton's in the NBC broadcast booth, so I'll just show off a Jeff Burton diecast. And I believe he is a former Talladega winner. Not with Roush, though, in this 99 car, which is where this diecast is. And this is from the year 2000. Sitco number 99 Ford Taurus at the time. I almost said Fusion. That was not right. Ford Taurus, Roush Fenway Racing. Number 99, Jeff Burton. This is probably my favorite Jeff Burton paint scheme. Either this or his XI battery scheme from this same team. When he drove the 99, I've actually got 3 Jeff Burton diecasts. Singular wireless cars at RCR were pretty good too, which is one of the diecasts that I also have. But I don't think I've showed this one off on the channel in a minute, so figured I'd show this one off. The old Sitco gas station. I don't even know if Sitco exists anymore. There used to be one in a town over from where I live, and I think that's a Marathon now. Let me know, does Sitco gas station still exist? Do you have any near you? All right. So live commentary next weekend on the channel. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Truck, Xfinity, and Cup all in action at Martinsville on the half-mile short track. And that will be the final weekend of live commentary for 2025 because I will be at Phoenix for the championship weekend. So just an update on that. And hard to believe we only got a couple weekends left with one another. We got today, we got all of next week, and that's it already. But a lot of NASCAR 25 content on the channel, so we will still have daily NASCAR content per usual. That game just releasing last weekend, so still relatively new. Got a lot to cover on that game. I haven't even started the career mode yet. I haven't started an Xfinity or truck season yet. Just getting the truck and Xfinity Series season started. Really trying to push that long championship mode out with Kyle Busch because you guys seem to be loving that for those of you that have watched those races on the channel so far. As we try to get Kyle Busch back to the promised land in the NASCAR Cup Series with RCR and the 8-car. Brains in and top, welcome to the stream. And many others. We'll take a quick break here before we get to the restart. Oh, hang on, Josh Berry in the garage.
Keep an eye on drivers that we're seeing. Enough playoff drivers that we're seeing up front that could impact the finishes and the outcome of this race.
Hey, Lee, you hear all that noise behind us? That's everyone coming to pit road to top off. Fuel's certainly going to be a factor here in stage 3 as well.
What a tough break for Josh Berry. He's led the most laps today with 27.
Wow. Yeah, 27 laps led for Josh Berry. Had a very strong car. Denny Hamlin's having issues trying to fire out of his pit box as well. Looks like he's back rolling and under power. Just a little bit of a lengthy stop there as that 11 team tried to come back down, top off on fuel. So we'll see how this stage is going to end up playing out. We got a long ways to go here at Dega.
Pit stop. Yeah, that would be a very crucial situation.
So Marty brings up a good point about the term wingman. Austin Cindric raised it yesterday, and you look for the two playoff drivers from Team Penske. They had two wingmen in Josh Berry and Austin Cindric. Austin was involved in that big accident a little earlier in stage 1, so he was unable to assist the drivers of the 12 or the 22. And then you look all around at who's going to be able to help. Who are the non-playoff drivers able to help their teammates still in the hunt for a championship?
Yeah, it's interesting. You look at stage points, Kyle Larson with 9, Christopher Bell 7, Briscoe 10, Byron 7, Logano 5. He did not get stage points in that second stage. Got him in the first stage. Ryan Blaney with 10, Dylan.
Some guys to watch quickly on Kyle Busch. The mileage they've been getting at the front of the field has not been very good, as you'd expect. That's the case for everybody. They said 4 to 6 is the range they want for the best fuel mileage to the end.
Getting ready to start stage 3. For this YellaWood 500, it has been quite the day for the driver of the 8, Kyle Busch, as he and John Hunter Nemechek lead this field back to green. Hunt Brothers Pizza on board for Logano. Let's go for a ride.
3/4 front. 3/4, half, quarter front, quarter front, quarter. 3 cars here on the bottom, quarter front, no third. By the 88.5. 10, 6, 88, third lane. You got the 2 4s behind you here. 17 still clear to it. 17 to go clear to it. 10, 6, just the 60s clear to it. Just the 60s. Numbers are still second lane and third lane. Only you're clear to it. Only you right now. Only you. Keep it straight to lane 2 and 3. 3 is a tight clear to it. The 17 is not. Top lane to 10, 6, 88, 1. 60 is clear to it. The 17 is not. 3 cars left here on the bottom. Quarter truck. This will be the 60, 17 go middle behind. You're 1 inside, 1 inside, 60 is a favoring for you. The 60, again, it's typical 2 right, it's 2 wide. There's a super far on the bottom at row 7.
Jeff, how do you focus at 190 miles an hour when you've got that much talking?
What was great about that was you heard Coleman Presley, who is one of the best in the business, telling Joey Logano he was clear to it, meaning the outside line. If you want to go there, you can. The guy behind you, now he's clear. The guy behind you, now he's clear. I'm telling Joey, if you go to the outside, some guys might go with you. He didn't tell him to go to the outside line.
Right there on the bottom of your screen, you see the 21 rejoining the field already. Dave, quick work in the garage.
Yes, they did. Steve, same issue as the Penske cars have been having. The gear oil too hot, burning out of it. They had to refill it with gear oil, get him back out here. He can still be a factor in this race for his fellow Fords.
Could still be a factor, but that raises my concern for the 22. We've heard about it being a little too warm. Marty's reported it all day, plus 45 at one time. I mentioned everyone runs the same gearbox, but the cooling setup, really how much air you put to it is a little bit optional to the teams. Obviously, Team Penske a little on the aggressive side. Man, I wasn't concerned, but now I am a bit concerned for Joey Logano on the 22.
Tony's got to try to drag this group to the top of the racetrack. They want to get them to the top to get single file, but others on the bottom, Barney, they don't want that to happen.
Yeah, Jeff, we mentioned Joey Logano brought up the gear oil issue again under the last caution. Here's what Logano had to say.
Over. I think I'm at that gate pretty low. Walking over, that's pretty low. So,
So, Jeff, the temperature has come down, but if you're in Joey Logano's seat right now, what do you trust? Because gear oil is a very distinctive smell. Logano saying he smells it. Paul Wolf is saying the gauge is wrong. Do you trust your nose or do you trust your crew chief?
I try to trust both, but they're conflicting information. Joey Logano has enough experience to understand the senses that he has and what the result of those experiences has created. And so when he smells that gear oil, that is unusual. And he knows it. So he also has this gauge that's saying, I'm a little hot, and he's smelling gear oil. Those two things collectively are telling him that he could have a problem because he's experienced that once before, at least in his career.
Adding to everything else that he's trying to juggle at the moment, there he is. Sits fifth. Look at Ty Gibbs down low in the 54 Monster Camry for Joe Gibbs Racing. He's got Bubba Wallace right behind him. Kind of been running down there by himself for several laps and doing well to stay where he is.
The other thing about the gear oil, Steve, is what do you do about it? Right? There's something like we talked about earlier. He tried to get in clean air, maybe to get more cooling because the air gets through that vent into it better. But other than that, what can you do?
Yeah, unless you have some opening you can increase, which I would imagine they would have already done. They could have probably are married to whatever they have for a situation. You see on that left side of the 45, those three white dots on the quarter window, that's what that is. That is basically a white dot on the NACADOC saying, hey, these are still taped up solid. Don't think they're open.
Up goes Gibbs.
That was a really well done. Work, fight your way to the front, then get up in front of the field.
Don't be surprised to see Ty Gibbs, John Hunter Nemechek, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Riley Herbst. All these guys, this is an opportunity for them. And they need to execute this part of the race to keep them with this track position, to have a chance to ultimately win this race.
But we talk so much about the playoffs because it is the focus of the championship, but today, what could today mean for Ty Gibbs being his first ever win, or Riley Herbst, right? Or Daniel Suarez? Why wouldn't it be his first? He doesn't have a public announced ride for next year. We don't know what the 99's doing.
Win could do wonders.
Yeah, so, you know, it's easy to get lost. John Nemechek, they're in the 42. It's just so easy to get lost in the playoffs when a win is so important and they're so hard to come by.
Think about John Hunter Nemechek, you know, Legacy Motorsports owner Jimmy Johnson. We know all the success that he has had. They'd love to get a win for that team. Right along with Austin Dillon here, the breast tree camera. He's had some issues early in this race. He's 2 laps down. Casey Mears is 1 lap down. So Casey Mears, if he get a caution, he could get back in the lead lap, and that would allow Austin Dillon to start getting laps back if he gets several cautions.
By the way, with Daniel Suarez running up the front, time to congratulate Trackhouse Racing, created motorsport history today, being a NASCAR Cup Series winning team, and they won the MotoGP race in Australia.
55 laps to go at Talladega. Riley Herbst leads. Daniel Suarez second. Bubba Wallace third. Joey Logano fourth. Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Then Ryan Blaney is sixth. Seventh for John Hunter Nemechek. Brad Keselowski 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. And Chris Buescher in 10th. 11th for Kyle Busch. Ryan Preece 12th. Anthony Alfredo 13th. 14th is now Alfredo. Busch drops to 13th. Denny Hamlin in 15th, 16th, Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell 17th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 18th, Ross Chastain 19th, and William Byron in 20th. 21st for Kyle Larson, 22nd Alex Bowman, Chase Briscoe 23rd, 24th Carson Hocevar, and Christopher Bell 25th. Zane Smith 26th, Austin Hill 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Cole Custer 29th, and Casey Mears is the only car off the lead lap on track, 1 lap down at 30th, then 2 laps down Austin Dillon at 31st. Josh Berry back out on the track, but 4 laps down after having to go to the garage for a brief moment during the stage 2 break is 32nd. 33rd on track, 6 laps down, BJ McLeod. And then 34th on back out of the race. Eric Jones 34th, Noah Gregson 35th, 36th for AJ Allmendinger, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 37th, Justin Haley 38th, Austin Cindric 39th, Chase Elliott rounds out the 40 car field. Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney, the Team Penske Fords, to the lead at Talladega with 53 laps to go. 51 lead changes in today's race. 4 cautions, 1 for incident in each stage. The 2 stage ends, lap 60, lap 120. And here we are in stage 3, headed down the home stretch. Well over 150 people in the chat. We got almost 200 at one point late in stage number 2. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. We are only at 83. Our like goal is to get to 100 for today's stream. We've gotten there for 3 consecutive cup races on the channel, so let's see if we can get for 4 in a row. Helps grow the channel out a ton. Subscribe for more NASCAR content if you like this stream. If you come here every weekend, or maybe it's your first time watching, we do live commentary NASCAR streams like this every NASCAR race, Sunday, Saturday, Friday. It depends, obviously, Truck Xfinity Cup racing, but we do it all. Cup practice and qualifying as well throughout the course of the season. Races I go to in person, there will be highlight videos from the grandstands uploaded based off of that race specifically. I'll be at Phoenix for the championship finale for all 3 series Truck Xfinity Cups. So next weekend will be the last live commentary slate. NASCAR 25 streams during the week, and then when we get to the off-season of NASCAR, obviously, I'll still have NASCAR 25 stuff rolling out. And before you know it, February will be here, and it'll be Daytona 500 season yet again, as we'll kickstart the 2026 NASCAR schedule. Still champion to be crowned for 2025. Interesting to see how that will transpire here. 49 laps to go this time by Talladega. Top 5 all Fords, single file around the bottom of the racetrack. Joey Logano leads, Ryan Blaney second. Brad Keselowski third, then Chris Buescher and Ryan Preece 4th and 5th. Points as they run right now, with Denny Hamlin advanced into the next round. Joey Logano is currently leading the race. If he wins, he's in the next round as well. And Kyle Larson's plus 23, only plus 5 for Christopher Bell in the middle of the pack. Minus 8 now for Chase Briscoe, so plus 8 for Bell, minus 8 for Briscoe. Minus 13 for Ryan Blaney and William Byron. Chase Elliott out of the race, over 40 points back as well. Showing a replay, that outside lane got a little bit loose. Kyle Busch trying to push Tyler Reddick forward in that third line near the wall. Lap times have slowed down quite a bit, with the Penske Fords leading and trying to control the fuel saving, if you will. Just over 52-second lap times, where we saw a lot of 51-second lap times when Kyle Busch was leading throughout the majority of stage 2. Down under 50 to go. Definitely headed to the home stretch. John Fleming, welcome in. Logano, Blaney, excuse me. Keselowski, bottom 3, still clear of the middle and upper groove of the racetrack. Growing in numbers are those 2 lanes and starting to get a little bit closer to the front of the pack as well. Anthony Alfredo leading the outside with Spire Motorsport Chevy. Michael McDowell started on the pole at the early portion of the race. Tyler Reddick and Kyle Busch, who were leading the top, are now leading the middle. Fords look like they're in control of things. For now, at least. Down on the bottom. Logano has probably spent more time towards the front of the field, that top 5 slot, than any other driver so far today. But he has only scored 5 stage points. He didn't even have any of them in stage 2 with an ill-timing caution in the middle of green flag stops, and he hadn't been to pit road yet. That's why he didn't get the stage points there. And he was leading going into the 2-lap to go restart in stage 1 before falling back to 6th in those final 2 laps. So probably didn't execute quite as well as he would have hoped there to try to get himself out of the points deficit as much as possible that he is in. We're coming into the race, he was down 24 points, which is the same amount he was down when the round started going into last week at Vegas. He net zeroed there. Anthony Alfredo moved from the top to the middle groove of the track in front of Reddick. Back to the outside in front of Michael McDowell, who's growing closer to him. We'll see if McDowell can give him a push. Middle groove is also getting closer to Logano and Blaney. Herbst had a problem. Middle groove of the racetrack, he was sideways, and in fact, he's just slow in general. The whole entire pack has to evade. We stay green, but Herbst is trying to limp his way to pit road. That nearly caused a bottlenecking crash in that middle groove. Space some things out up at the front of the field, and that actually allows for Blaney and Logano to hold on to the top 2 spots when it looked like we were about to have a second car in line in the middle, so they immediately lost any sort of momentum. The inside was able to stay, for the most part, pretty well connected. Herbst did a great job holding his line in that middle groove as cars are splitting inside and out around him. Now Blaney's going to have to be back on the pushing attack with Logano to keep this Penske duo up at the front of the field, because another surge down the backstretch that last time by the middle and upper groove almost got to the 22 car up at the front of the field. When they could go, but they're almost saving maybe a little too much, trying to back the field down, and other drivers maybe not wanting to save quite that much gas, like the 62 of Alfredo, who in a part-time role with a part-time team, the 62 for Beard Motorsports, trying to take the lead in the final 45 laps of this race at Talladega. What an upset that would be if they could pull that off. Alfredo has never won a Premier Series NASCAR event, Truck, Xfinity, or Cup. If he could break through at Talladega for his first career NASCAR Cup win, again, with a part-time schedule and a part-time team, that would be a feel-good story for sure. And Michael McDowell, who has 2 career Cup wins, one of which in the Daytona 500 back in 2021. Has a fast car. Him and Ross Chastain kind of working that outside line. Not a lot of help from McDowell, but he's pushing. You can tell the 2 Penske cars still are not, as they continue to just try to stay ahead of the fuel-saving strategy. Then he pushes Logano to keep him with the 71 car getting into turns 3 and 4. Three by three traffic from about 6th on back. 2 cars in the middle groove side by side with the 3 cars that are down on the bottom. Chastain now leads the top with Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson behind him. Long ways to go in today's race. 44 laps left. Ken Logano leads, McDowell second. Anthony Alfredo third, Ryan Blaney fourth. Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5 in 5th. And then this lead pack of cars, half a second separating 1st through 16th. A full second separating 1st through 25th. Everybody will have to pit one more time yet. We're just outside the fuel window to make it to the end. We'll take a quick break. Listening live on KRC as our full race Cup Series live commentary coverage continues. Biggest mover since the restart and the beginning of stage 3. Ryan Blaney up 14 positions, most of any driver. Cody Ware back 19 spots to 28th. 17 spots lost for Nemechek, who restarted in the lead. Zane Smith up 10 spots as well, 13 for Todd Gilliland. Joey Logano still scored as the race leader. 2 Chevys of McDowell and Alfredo with a bit of a run up off turn 4. Carries that momentum into the tri-oval. Ooh, Alfredo pushing McDowell up out of the tri-oval. Maybe got to him a little early, but McDowell holds that push. Trying to get the 71 to the lead. Let's go into the first turn. McDowell with the bumper out in front of Logano. Alfredo still pushing him. Oh man, this is going to be very risky. Let's go midway through the corner. Did the best they could. They're right there. Alfredo trying to side draft the 12, but they got too far out ahead of the rest of the pack. They're all going backwards now in that middle groove. Chastain Bell starting to work the outside forward again, and we're right back to where we were about a lap ago with the top 2 or 3 cars single file down on the bottom. Logano, Blaney, and Keselowski.
You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs live here on NBC. This is the YellaWood 500, and just 40 laps to go this time across the line. Time to take a look at a race recap brought to you by Perez Tree. And this is that crash that I was telling you about before we went to the break, involving AJ Allmendinger, Noah Gragson. This is AJ's view. But it was a hard hit. And he said he's going to be sore tomorrow. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. involved, Justin Haley, Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott. And this was AJ when he got out of his car. He was okay in the end, and that was Chase Elliott going out. And how about this one, Jeff? An unusual sight for Shane Van Gisbergen.
The SVG coming down pit road actually got into some water within the seams between the 2 layers of asphalt, and this car came around on him trying to get on pit road. Lucky there weren't more cars involved in that wreck.
All right, Steve, what's your gut telling you about how you feel about this one? Inside 40 to home.
Yeah, there's a big game of poker being played right now. Everybody's trying to figure out what position they want to be in and how much fuel they want to get there. The 22, he didn't top off, and he's led most of this run, so my gut tells me he's probably burning the most. Well, we also know they're probably the most efficient at putting fuel in the car, so it's kind of a big waiting game. A caution right now would square everybody up. So it all comes down to that same green flag cycle that we've seen in both stages.
Chastain used that outside lane. He was running mid-pack. In about 4 or 5 laps, he got himself to lead that second lane. See Christopher Bell now leading the 3rd lane with SVG. We just saw a replay of spinning down pit road. There he is, back in the top 15.
I think it's time, fellas, that we take a look at our credit ones to watch. Stevie, kick us off.
Well, I'm looking for driver owner Brad Keselowski behind the wheel of the 6. He has 36 career wins, 6 of which coming here at Talladega, but only 1 in the car that he owns back at Darlington last year. So Brad Keselowski looking to take RFK back to victory lane as driver owner.
I like the look of Ty Gibbs today. He's been featured at the front. He led 32 laps here earlier in the year in April, and he did finish in the top 10 at Daytona at the last drafting track. So we'll see if this is the day that this young man gets his first Cup victory.
Yeah, this is an opportunity race, so I'm going to go back to Todd Gilliland. He was running in the top 10 just a few laps ago, 25 years old, a 3rd-generation driver for Front Row Motorsports. This arguably is his best racetrack, 3 top 10s here. Can he get himself in position to win this race?
And while we're talking about different winners, there have been 10 different winners in the last 10 races here at Talladega. Does that trend continue? How about Christopher Bell up on that 3rd lane? I don't think we've spoken enough about the driver of the DeWalt number 20 today, but he is there and he is in the mix. And points as they run, heading to Martinsville. He sits 3rd at the moment. Tell us more, Kim.
Yeah, and Leahy said this weekend will be a big turning point in terms of the whole game of the playoffs, points, fluctuations, etc. And the only way he will feel comfortable going to Martinsville is if he wins here at Talladega. He said there's nothing safe about where we are points-wise, even though they are currently, as they run, plus 24. Could easily get knocked out if he's in that bottom spot with 2 new winners each week. So he said, do not expect me to be timid here in the closing laps of this race.
Martinsville was when his championship run came to an end last year. He does not want that to happen again. And a win today can confirm his spot in Phoenix.
We talk so much about not leaving it to chance, right? Not having to go to Martinsville in the position to having to have a great finish. And today could go a long way toward that. 7 points earned today.
88 up high. Shane Van Gisbergen back in the now.
Talked to him earlier, and he said, there's not a lot that translates successes that we've had recently to here, but the biggest thing is the confidence to push the car to the limits and understanding where the limit is. Plus, now he's starting to see some of these racetracks multiple times at the Cup Series, 4 times in the drafting tracks here at the end of the Cup season. So all of that is starting to pay off, and it's a really good recovery for the 88 today.
About the Trackhouse teammates, he's side by side with Ross Chastain, and he's being followed and pushed by Daniel Suarez.
I love that shot as they head right at you down the backstretch. It shows you just how, you think they're locked in and running a straight line, but they kind of dance at you. There's a little bit of movement and energy amongst the entire field. You get the same look off turn 4 in these little short shoots. And then, Jeff, the tri-oval, not only is it perhaps the toughest because it's a corner without a lot of vertical loading, but it goes from 3 lanes to 4 back to 3. It's like a natural restriction of traffic right here. You're going to watch this dotted white line right there disappear. The bottom lane just goes away. The other thing is, while you were riding along with Kyle Busch and the Cheddar's camera, he was on the very bottom of the racetrack through the tri-oval. There's less banking there. So that part of the racetrack has the least amount of grip of anywhere else.
34 laps to go here at Talladega. Who is going to get it done today? It's an important one.
Indeed it is, and Joey Logano still out in front leading. We're almost halfway, well, we're technically halfway through stage 3, but by the time we went green with all the caution laps at the end of the last stage, they'll be able to probably stretch the fuel window out to about 20 to go. I think we'll start seeing some green flag pit stops in those final 20 laps. Maybe a little sooner than what we saw back in the last stage because this stage is 8 laps longer. So even with the caution laps that we had, we started seeing them with about 18 to go. Probably 20, 22 to go. Although they've had a slightly slower pace during this run. So what do I know at this point? They'll pit when they pit. What we do know is everybody still has to make a stop before the end of the race. And they will all be gas and go only, I'm sure, especially when it comes to green flag pit stops, because the less time you're on pit road for, the better. Not a lot of tire fall off here at Talladega. Denny Hamlin and William Byron trying to push their way forward up in the top groove of the racetrack. Hamlin trying to go for a career win number 61. Goes down to side draft Joey Logano and move to the middle groove of the racetrack, entering turns 1 and 2, excuse me. Top 10 in the running order has Logano in the lead at the start-finish line last time by. Ryan Blaney second, Denny Hamlin third, Brad Keselowski fourth, Chris Buescher fifth, and William Byron in sixth. Daniel Suarez 7th, Todd Gilliland 8th, Ryan Preece 9th, and 10th, Shane Van Gisbergen. Lead pack of 28 cars separated by 2.2 seconds. And the top 23 separated by 1 second amongst one another. All 28 of those cars still have a shot to win this race legitimately, because it is Talladega and you're listening live right here on KRC. We'll keep our live commentary coverage rolling. So we're getting down to the wire. It is getting down to crunch time. Indeed. We're setting up for a wild one. Todd Gilliland and Joey Logano side by side at the front of the pack as Gilliland able to find his way in front of Denny Hamlin and William Byron during the commercial break. Logano, Blaney have been down around the bottom of the racetrack pretty much this entire run in stage 3, especially since they got to the top 2 positions. Had a few lanes of traffic trying to get to them earlier in the run, and same thing now with Gilliland and Hamlin. Gilliland has never won in the NASCAR Cup Series before. 34 car, though. And Front Row Motorsports in general, a team that has gotten it done several times over the years on super speedways. David Reagan and David Gilliland having that 1-2 finish in the Spring Dega race of 2013, upsetting the field. Alex Bowman very slow on the racetrack right now, having some issues, it looks like, as he's lost the lead draft. Haven't really seen many mechanical issues today. First of which for Hendrick Motorsports of their 4 cars, at least for the race for the championship side of things, at least isn't one of the playoff cars, outside of course, Chase Elliott, who was caught up in the wreck, but could be concerning potentially for the 24 of the 5 team. 29 laps to go. You just got to race what you have at this point. Go for broke. See where it gets to. Field gridlock 2x2. Pit stop should be starting at least within about 10 laps. And is leading all the laps right now for Blaney and Logano. The strategy enough to save fuel to the end, to have a shorter pit stop for fuel only, and still cycle back out in front of the leaders. Or are they not able to save enough with not being in the draft? Because we saw Kyle Busch not really be able to run as long while he was leading in stage 2. The pacing has been overall slower by the 22 and the 12 while still being able to maintain track position. But they're trying that strategy the 8 team did. And for Logano, don't want to get caught staying out a little too long like he did back in stage 2 in case there's another caution. You don't want to be in the back of the pack if you can help it after the cycling of the green flag stops. It's going to be harder and harder to move their way from the back to the front through this field with less drivers trying to save and everybody going 100% to the end later on, once we have those pit stops. Stand by at the line, it's Gilliland leading at 13 1/1000ths of a second over Joey Logano. Logano kind of clipping the apron into turn 1 just a bit. Blaney following him down there, couldn't really give him much of a push. 34 of Todd Gilliland. Denny Hamlin should have a nice run down the back stretch. Does Hamlin get to the back bumper of the 34 and push him? Not really. The 12 and the 22 are bump drafting one another, though, and Logano is going to be clearing the turn 3 on Gilliland. $90 likes on the stream. We're 10 away from our goal. We've got over double the amount of that watching right now. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream so we get to that like goal of 100 before the end of it. So we enjoy the finish of the race. Team Penske. Only playoff cars outside of Hamlin inside the top 5 trying to win their way through Talladega to make it to the championship race at Phoenix. Byron still up there in the top 10, though, very much within striking distance also. Kyle Larson flirting around right behind the 24 in the back half of the top 10 as well. And Logano leads that time by at the line. Another lead change, 58 lead changes so far this afternoon, and we still have 25 laps left. Stage 3 has not had a caution yet, though we didn't get a caution in Stage 1 or Stage 2 until at least the green flag pit stops. We haven't gotten there yet, but we're getting close. Had a lot of photo finishes with the next-gen car right here at Talladega. Fall race last season with Stenhouse getting the win. The fall race the year before that with Ryan Blaney over Kevin Harvick. And then a close finish between Elliott and Blaney as well in 2022. 24 to go now. Commercial break ongoing on NBC. We'll go through the full field running order one more time here. Ty Gilliland leads, Joey Logano second, Denny Hamlin third, Ryan Blaney fourth, Brad Keselowski in fifth. Then William Byron is sixth, seventh for Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson eighth, Ryan Preece ninth, Daniel Suarez in 10th, and Ty Dillon 11th, Kyle Busch in 12th, 13th for Shane Van Gisbergen, 14th Anthony Alfredo, Christopher Bell 15th, Chase Briscoe 16th, 17th for Michael McDowell, Zane Smith 18th, Carson Hocevar 19th, and Ty Gibbs out there on the racetrack. He evades. He's trying to hold in with the back of the pack, but I don't even think he's going to be able to hold on there. Hamlin pushing Todd Gilliland down the back straightaway. High side of the racetrack. Same for Blaney. Oh, we got a car spinning. Cody Ware is around with 23 to go. The caution flag is out. Ware was at the tail end of the lead draft in the Arby's Ford Mustang. He has gone for a spin with 23 laps to go. The yellow flag is out. And we will have a restart here shortly. And obviously pit stops. And the pit stops are going to be taking place under caution here in Stage 3 rather than during green flag action. Clay Beasley, welcome to the stream. Turns 1 and 2, it looked like, on that spin for Cody Ware. To wait to see a replay of exactly what might have happened there for the 51.
An unfortunate end to the day for Rick Ware Racing's Cody Ware in the Arby's Ford, as he ended up spinning in his own.
And even from that, the engine sounded like it had expired on the 51. And then with him spinning on the apron on 1 and 2, it was a required caution instantly from NASCAR. And this will put the entire field kind of, the game plan now is very clear. Everybody will be to pit road. Now, what you do on pit road, I'm not sure is crystal clear. Like Joey Logano's going to need a little more fuel than, say, Todd Gilliland or Ryan Blaney. But do you feel your driver needs tires if the pushing and shoving gets too much? And with 27 cars in the lead lap and differing strategies, very important for clear communication. It's going to be very easy to run into somebody coming or going who's on a different plan than you.
You're going to pull me under the hood, right? I got sure.
The hood, so it sounds like the 11's going to be doing some more work than that, Kim.
Yeah, Hamlin reporting the throttle is stuck, and
Again?
did look at the SMT data and said it looks like it's 20% stuck. Some frustration from Denny just about kind of the nature of their cars and not being able to get them where they need to be, but throttle issue for Hamlin.
Better this week than last.
Yeah, but he wrecked one at Martinsville with a stuck throttle, a piece of rubber once. And that's something that, as a race car driver, and as a crew chief, that's my number one responsibility is to make sure the driver has all his controls. Let's listen in the 11.
I don't know. I'll push the clutch in and just throws the tag. All I know is just turn the motor off and it'll work. That's all I can tell you. Okay? Being unbelievable. Why can't we keep it working together?
I understand his frustration. I know the win last week is what they were looking for. It was a big emotional day for Denny. It was a great day for this team because they're now on to the championship 4. But at this point, we don't know exactly what's wrong. But you hear the frustration in Denny's voice, that mechanically he feels this is something that shouldn't be happening to the 11. And look, his mistakes. I agree with Denny. I also empathize with Chris Gale, right? He doesn't work. He has to manage this situation. I guarantee Toyota and Joe Gibbs Racing are going to take a hard look at it, but real frustration from the driver.
Yeah, and look, what Denny Hamlin is thinking about is in a couple of weeks, you got to be in position to win a championship, and you cannot have these types of issues.
Let's relive that magical weekend a week ago for Denny Hamlin.
Big time moments for big time athletes.
This is a point where I give the fans some.
I beat your favorite driver. I beat your favorite driver, folks.
Not today. I appreciate all of you so much.
Handcuffs, Hamlin again.
I'll bet on you.
I didn't think we were going to win, but I knew I was going to give it all I had.
Denny Hamlin is coming to Phoenix.
60 wins is massive.
Championship, here we go.
He knows his time in the sport remaining is limited. He's going to capitalize on every opportunity. A couple of really important things post that race last weekend. Denny Hamlin said it meant more. It was his 60th career win. It puts him in a tie for the top 10 all time with Kevin Harvick. He said he can't believe his name is on that list. And he gets a chance to race for that elusive NASCAR Cup Series championship another time. That is the most important thing. Pit lane comes alive, and Marty Snyder's there.
3 votes for the Team Penske cars in the playoffs. The cut line, but now position to win. Fuel only for Ryan Blaney. For the 22 of Joey Logano, fuel only as well. William Byron, fuel only too, Kim.
And Marty, you see Denny Hamlin, bottom right of your screen. They will put the hood on. Try and look at that throttle issue is having. You've heard the frustration on the radio. Remember, a couple of weeks ago at Kansas had a similar issue. Remember, momentum is a real thing, and they were hoping to keep it here this weekend, even after winning last week's race.
How about that from Ryan Blaney? Great work. Chaos on pit lane, though. Check this out. Between Bubba Wallace and William Byron, that was a close call. Everybody hustling, everybody scrambling. They know that it's on for these final 20 laps.
Looked like Byron was trying to get out of his box as Bubba was trying to get into his. A little bit of contact on pit road, nothing major there, luckily. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of damage on the 24, the 23 as well. 2 cars stayed out of the pits. John Hunter Nemechek and Austin Hill. They'll be the leaders on the restart, first and second. Ryan Blaney won the race out of the pits. Joey Logano in second. And Todd Gillen third and Kyle Larson fourth out of the pits. So those are the top 6 in the running order headed down the home stretch. Jana McMurray, Pixel 8. I don't think I shouted you guys out yet. Thanks for tuning into the stream. You guys have been around for a while. I haven't shouted you out yet. Give myself a chance now that we're under caution. Just kind of looking back through the chat. NASCAR 25 after the race today. No, I'm doing a NASCAR 25 doubleheader tomorrow night. Be doing the truck race, finish the truck race up, season opener, and then Xfinity race on that same stream. Start the Xfinity Series season. All at Daytona. We're 7 likes shy. 6. We're at 94. 6 likes shy of our goal to get to 100, so be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet. And again, subscribe for more NASCAR content along the way. 61 lead changes at Talladega, but still 20 laps to go. Under caution for the 5th time. Cody Ware spinning in his own oil down on the bottom of the racetrack after an engine failure. Breaking out the caution as, of course, he was stalled. Couldn't get back into the pits. 20 to go. We'll take a break. Our final one of the race. You're listening live, KRC, with our full flag-to-flag coverage continuing.
This place can't chew you up and spit you out in a hurry.
Everybody's 4 or 5 wide. You know something crazy's gonna happen. That was probably the longest flip I've ever had. Didn't know if it ever stopped.
The whole field is down into one unit, Curly.
Was that crazy, guys? That was chaos. That's Talladega for you.
It's been an eventful day. It hasn't been a crazy day yet. but this is Talladega, and we know that there's 19 laps still to run, and a man who knows exactly the way to get to victory lane here at Talladega is our Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett. DJ, what have you observed that you like? What are your feelings over these closing 19 laps?
Well, Diff, we came into this day kind of setting it up, what the Penske drivers were going to do, what Blaney and Logano needed to do. They've done everything. They positioned themselves right where they need to be. Now, how are they going to play each other as these laps wind down? Both of them feeling like they need a win. They gain points and everything. My other thing was Denny Hamlin up there. Now he's going to start from the back, but he can affect this race and decide who he might be racing for a championship without breaking any rules just by pushing someone else to the win. And I'm sure he doesn't want to have to race either Blaney or Logano for the championship in Phoenix in a couple of weeks.
The 11 lost a lap on pit road, but it doesn't change exactly what DJ just mentioned. He'll be able to get up there and mix it up as we see the choose coming with 18 to go. The 22 of Joey Logano, very, very fast pit stop. He's going to choose below his or behind his teammate Ryan Blaney. I'm going to tell you, to lead that many laps and still have that quick of a pit stop for the 22 of Logano, they have got to be nervous on if they had enough fuel put in that race car. I'm sure they have it, measured down to the ounce, but it doesn't feel like there could be a whole lot extra with as quick as that pit stop was at only 3 seconds.
Tell us more, Marty.
Yeah, Steve, Joey Logano asked the same exact question you asked just a moment ago. He said, do we have enough fuel to make it to the end? Paul Wolf radioed back, yes, we do. 18 to go. This is going to be a great shootout.
Is it going to be a playoff driver that capitalizes, or will it be a magical day for a non-playoff driver? And then we're talking points heading to Martinsville next week. There are 3 playoff drivers in the top 4 positions with Blaney, Logano, and Kyle Larson. Let's talk about another playoff driver in Chase Briscoe, a little further back, Dave.
Lee, he has been up and above the cutoff line. He's been down below it as he is right now, and he's in a similar fuel situation that Marty described with Joey Logano. Just a little splash of fuel there, about 3 seconds worth himself. So we'll see where they stand. They haven't really given him any direction yet on how close he'll be, but same category in terms of how much he took on.
You hear all the drivers shutting it off. That's not just saving fuel, it's also cooling the engine. The real question is, with 18 to go, how many are running the green? How many are going to do yellow? And how many do we run? Jeff, we could see multiple overtimes.
That's right, multiple overtimes. Of course, cautions, you don't earn hardly any fuel in it whatsoever. So, Marty, what do you have on William Byron?
Well, so Jeff, this is interesting. Rudy Fugle just told William Byron a moment ago, it's going to be really tight for us to make it to the end on fuel here. And Byron said, okay, that's fine. Just if I need to back down, just make sure you give me plenty of heads up. So even though everybody just pitted and there's only a handful of laps to go, they're tight to the end to make it.
Yeah, that's the gamble you pay of just trying to, or gamble you play, I should say, of just trying to make it to the end without having as long of a pit stop as possible. All about track position here. It's going to be hard for drivers further back in the pack to make themselves to get forward, especially with the 2 Penske cars on the bottom. And Brad Keselowski right there with Logano and Blaney as they've been for pretty much all of stage 3. With the green flag back in the air, we have 17 laps to go. Ryan Blaney is the race leader. Joey Logano down on the bottom lane of the racetrack, trying to push him forward. Larson trying to maybe break up the Penske duo by getting himself and Todd Gilliland forward and maybe moving down in front of the 12. Gilliland is clear. Stays with Larson for now. Larson trying to go to the bottom. Forces the 12 to have to make a tight squeeze, but Blaney did not lift and gets in front of Larson instead. Larson knows he needs to beat the 12 and the 22 here if he's going to want a shot to win this race. Got another great push, that time from Daniel Suarez in the 99. Surges forward. Gilliland was able to clear to the bottom on Blaney, so now Todd Gilliland leads the inside and Larson on the top. Larson was a runner-up in the spring race earlier this season. Can he get one spot better and win his first ever drafting-style racetrack? Great shots given by Daniel Suarez both on the backstretch and now the front stretch the last time by, and he is very much in it. Separated a bit from his Hendrick teammate William Byron in the 24 car, who's in the 4th lane back on the outside. Blaney pushes Gilliland clear of the pack. Way out ahead is Todd Gilliland. Blaney going to get a big head of steam, I think, to the back of this 34, especially if Logano can get to him, but Larson kind of side drafted and pulling the 12 back a bit. And Larson's the one that gets the push from the 99 of Suarez instead. Gillen did not move up to try to block Larson. Larson gets to his outside. Gillen leads that lap at the line. And another push from the 12 of Blaney to the back in the 34. Everybody's gridlocked right now. 15 laps to go. It's kind of shaping up to be a similar finish to how the spring race went, where for the most part, everybody was gridlocked, and Larson was up towards the front with Byron nose to tail, and they kind of lost control of the race when Priest was able to jump from the outside to that, or from the inside to the outside lane from about the second or third car back. Joey Logano maybe trying to get a full head of steam. There was a big gap between himself and Ryan Blaney through the middle of 3 and 4. A little bit of separation on the front stretch now between the 12 and the 34. Advantage maybe to the 5 of Larson. Was pushed most of the way through the tri-oval by the 99 of Suarez. 14 laps left. Larson trying to win and advance to the championship 4. He's in the best points predicament of any driver right now if we were to see multiple drivers get in on points. Todd Gillen trying to upset the field, get his first career NASCAR Cup Series victory. For whatever reason, that bottom lane, I don't know if it's by design or not, but they seem to have more spacing between cars in those front couple rows than the outside, and Larson's able to stay with the Fords. And that outside lane, they are so tight nose to tail, pretty much all the way through the outside lane. And will anybody try to maybe pull out a line and make a third line work as we start to run out of laps? So far, that has not been the case. It was tough to do back in the spring race earlier in the season as well. Blaney, another massive push to Todd Gillen. Gillen clear of the 5. Blaney needs a push, though, from Logano if he's going to want to clear the 5 of Larson as well, because otherwise he's just going to be boxed into the finish. Not sure if he's okay with being where he's at right now or not. Zane Smith in the 38 car is leading the outside, another front row motorsport Ford. Ross Chastain is the car to push him. Larson finally clears the 34 of Todd Gillen, and as soon as he does, he moves to the bottom of the racetrack. That will lock in a Chevrolet on the bottom and multiple Chevys up high. Well, I should say Chevy Ford, and then another Chevy of William Byron. Chris Buescher's the Ford pushing Suarez now. Third line still moving forward on the outside. Does anybody move up from the second row in front of them? Right now, a couple cars getting disbanded. Suarez thought about moving up after he was getting pushed by the 17 of Briscoe. Major run coming from Zane Smith. 3 wide for the race lead exiting turn 4. Smith and Chastain up high. Suarez, Buescher in the middle. And it's Gillen, Larson on the bottom. Bottom lane is actually losing a ton of time here. Zane Smith trying to take control of the race. Sat on the pole in the spring race earlier this season. He has not yet scored a top 10 in his 3 career starts at Talladega in the Cup Series, but he leads with 3x3 traffic from second on back behind them. Lap car coming up right in front of the pack on the bottom of the track. That's Alex Bowman in the 48. Things got tight. Suarez out of the gas. 4 wide. Down the back straightaway. Things getting well split apart in the middle. Carson Hocevar squeezes his car between a tight gap between the 5 and the 23. And everybody is falling well off of the top 2 of Ross Chastain and Zane Smith. Larson holds on to third, 3x3 racing at least from about 4th on back, and Hocevar's evasive maneuver just didn't pull out enough for him. Chastain is still locking bumpers with the 38 of Zane Smith. Big run coming from the pack after those two got well out ahead. Big block now by Chastain on Gillen. Gillen slides wide. Chastain to the bottom in front of Blaney and still behind the 38 of Zane Smith. And it's now Smith trying to pull his teammate Gillen in the outer lane forward. Front Row Motorsports has 2 cars in the top 3 with 10 laps to go. And Hendrick Motorsports has 2 cars nose to tail on the outside behind Gillen. Larson and Byron have now found each other. Larson pushes the 34 out ahead. And it's the 34 and 38 front row now 1 and 2 in front of the field. Outside started to back up a bit. Bubba Wallace had to lift. Struggling for grip behind Chris Buescher in the 17 in that third lane. Big push for Wallace to Buescher. Buescher holds on to it. Buescher trying to lead that third line. He's all the way up above Larson and Chastain. Around the second row, the 34, the 38, still log jamming the field for now. Every car on the lead, and of this lead pack of cars, 26 of them are in contention for the win. Will they make it? Because there has been a lot of aggressive blocks and a lot of aggressive pushes over the last 8 laps since the restart. Shane Van Gisbergen 4 wide to the outside with his Trackhouse teammate Daniel Suarez, who somehow fell all the way to the back of this lead pack. He was just up near the lead about 3 laps ago. But they only got the 2 of them for now. Third lane is starting to fail with Wallace and Buescher at the helm. Gilliland has clearance on the 38, but chooses to stay up with Larson for the time being. And now he moves down in front of Zane Smith. So Gilliland and Smith are on the inside. Blaney and Logano are now the 4th and 5th cars on the bottom lane of the racetrack. They're really boxed in. They can't go anywhere because they still got 3 wide to the outside of them. And Chase Briscoe, out of nowhere, pulled out of the second line, moved up in front of Buescher, middle of the back straightaway. Buescher locking bumpers, nearly 200 miles an hour for Briscoe with his head of steam into turns 3 and 4. He's outside of Larson, not quite yet to the front row motorsport Ford that leads of Zane Smith and Todd Gilliland yet. Larson to the outside of Gilliland through the tri-oval, a push of his own from the 24, the 19 up high, 3 wide for the lead as they cross the stripe. Larson out in front, 7 laps to go at Talladega. Things are coming down to the wire. The race is wide open. Nobody really has an edge over the other. Outside has a ton of speed right now. Chase Briscoe, who came in the last driver above the cut line on points entering the day. Won stage 2. Now can he win the race? Him and Chris Buescher will be 1-2 at the front of the pack. Bubba Wallace still hanging on as he's side drafting heavily with Larson for 3rd. Byron hooks to the back bumper of the 5 of Larson, trying to push him forward. Into the tri-oval, Larson gets shuffled wide by the 24. He makes a move on the 17, and now Larson leads the outside charge. He's not out of it yet. And it'll be, I believe, Bubba Wallace to push the 5 of Larson. 3 by 3, and they're all tight to one another. There's not a lot of space side to side between each car. Blaney and Logano have fallen all the way to the back of this lead pack with 6 laps to go. Wallace pushing Larson. Briscoe pushing the 17. Larson's car dancing back and forth as he stays in the throttle and tries to stay with the 19. Briscoe is clear up out of the exit of turn 4. Can he mirror drive back and forth between lanes like he did back in the last stage? He does not. He stays to the bottom for now. Wallace pushes Larson into the tri-oval. 17 could not lock with the 19 yet. Larson's got the edge. Can Larson clear up out of the tri-oval? The 5 led that lap at the line, but he does not move to the bottom. Didn't have the clearance. Briscoe instead in the 19 will pull clear, and same for Chris Buescher another time. But as Buescher moves up in front of Larson, Larson trying to go to the 3rd lane, and Buescher blocks that. They're going backwards as they start to hold each other up. Hole open on the bottom now for Byron in the 24. Larson back to the middle. He's doing everything he can to just get to the front of whatever line is necessary to get pushed to the front of the pack. Because every time he gets into a line, he bails out as soon as he has a chance to be the lead car in that respected line. Briscoe with a block on Larson up off of turn 4. This time they'll be coming to 4 laps to go here at Talladega. Buescher and Austin Hill up into an outside lane as they're now split 4 wide. Not a lot of help up there. You get picked up. Carson Hocevar now behind the 17. Rounding off the exit of turn 2. Byron in the 24 out ahead of the 5 of Larson, and Hendrick Motorsports is 1-2. Bubba Wallace pushing the 5 into the 24. They get a little loose. They might have had to lift just a bit, and Bubba Wallace is to the inside of Larson. Larson still on the 24 of Byron. Had to let go of the bump draft before entering the corner. Todd Gilliland back up in the top 5. Pushes the 19 into the 23. Got to be careful. You don't want 3 cars hitting each other at once. That's where things can get ugly. We're not even going to count Chris Buescher out of it in that 3rd lane yet. He charged to the front once. We'll see if he can do it again. Blaney just got underneath Chastain 4 wide as he tried to make a pass to the bottom of the racetrack, and they're getting split up in the very middle to back of the pack in that 4 wide battle. 12 into the 38 is Zane Smith, and Smith's going to have a huge run on the bottom lane of the racetrack. Nobody's going to move down in front of him. That's a little bit too far back in the pack, though. It's a scramble back there where they're 4 wide. Meanwhile, at the front, it's William Byron and Chris Buescher side by side. Carson Hocevar trying to push the 17 clear. The 5 of Larson trying to get to his teammate Byron. 5 wide in the middle of the tri-oval, splitting around Reddick, who lost the draft. They barely make it through. Logano and Busch trying to make headway, slicing and dicing. They're now about 4 or 5 rows back. Will Busch go to the outside 4 wide? He does not through turns 1 and 2. Lap and a half to go as they work their way down the back straightaway. Lap car of Alex Bowman going to stay out of the way. Big block from the middle to the top. Oh, Buescher turned across the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to slide driver's side door first into the inside retaining wall, and the caution flag is out. A spin from the lead for Chris Buescher after contact, I believe from the 24 of William Byron. And we were headed to NASCAR overtime as we were about a half a lap away from the white flag.
It's Buescher. That was a huge hit. Wind and net coming down. Similar to the AMR safety team that he's okay. Yeah, pushes gone bad. We see it so many times. Blocks or pushes are typically how these wrecks happen, and that's it. So much momentum. It looks like Byron was getting a push from someone behind him as well. Let's see it. Right there. Yes, that's what happened. Hocevar with a big push into the 24 Byron. And then as soon as Byron gets to Buescher, he gets another hit and around Buescher goes. That's what we talked about earlier. The spotter has to be telling all the drivers where the car is 3 rows in front, because there comes a point where you can no longer push.
Second time today, race leader has been taken out. Similar section of the track as well.
I mean, you're leading the race, right? You're in a position you want to be in, and you get spun around down the back straightaway. Look at him looking in the mirror. That's the digital mirror that he's looking at.
Oh, knows the big hit is coming.
That's such a big hit, guys. It's just all that energy goes right to the driver's body. And what disappointment. Did nothing wrong at all, and his day is over. Watch his hands. He knows he's going to hit. Hands off the wheel. Try to prevent from injuring your wrist, your hands.
AMR safety team doing the outstanding job like they always do. Marty, there's action on pit road.
Yeah, Lee, we talked about how close these teams were cutting the fuel. Both Penske cars going to have to come to pit road, the 12 and the 22 coming to pit road here because they did not have enough fuel for an overtime. I asked Rudy Fugle a moment ago, William Byron, the leader, do you have enough for an overtime? He said 1, maybe.
Let's listen into the second place car of Kyle Larson.
Hey, boy, you can. No. One.
Say all you can, no swerve. Basically, don't go back and forth and kind of jostle the fuel up. What can happen is the pump can actually pump some air, and you get air into the system when you go to full power. I believe he's going to go to Denny Hamlin. He lost that lap with the throttle situation. We'll confirm that with NASCAR. I don't think that will be a factor, but you never know. We've seen crazier things in multiple overtimes.
Let's take you back to a year ago in this YellaWood 500. And with 5 laps to go, the big one. It basically took out the entire field. It was colossal.
This is what every driver knows when the intensity picks up and it's winning time. The desire to win at this racetrack is so great because it means so much to a driver's career. Winning a cup race is just a big deal. We saw it in Denny Hamlin, the emotions last week about how important it is to win. And the only way to win here is to put big blocks on and big pushes. And ultimately, it can work out or you can end up on the back of a record.
Take a quick look at that graphic, 10 for 10. 10 different winners in the last 10 Talladega races. And we make it 11 here this afternoon.
Well, first Byron, second Larson. Neither are on that list.
Brad Keselowski, he's still in the race, but he saw one of his teammates and one of his employees out in the hardest fashion. Win in contention.
It's pretty interesting to see the strategy played by the Penske drivers, crew chiefs rather, in regard to the strategy of how much fuel to put on. It makes you believe that they were in a must-win situation. They didn't gain enough points in the first two stages. They just didn't get enough fuel in there in case of an opportunity for overtime.
Well, let's hear from Cliff Daniels, crew chief, to Kyle Larson. He's with Kim Kuhn.
That's right. And his driver currently running second to teammate William Byron. So this is the spot in the championship for. Never won here at a super speedway. What do you want to see from your driver in this overtime restart?
Yeah, I mean, mostly we've had a decent day of execution. Really proud of the team, proud of Kyle, everybody on the HitterCars.com Chevy for just keeping us in the game. Our handling and speed was off a little bit at first. Not really sure where that came from. Made a few just small adjustments on the car, and you guys know how these speedway races are. You just got to execute and be there at the end. So luckily, we're in a good spot now. If we get another green, white checkered, I'm just not too sure about fuel for us or for anybody else. But if we stay clean, we got a shot. So we'll see how it goes.
It's out of your hands. So what are the nerves like for you on top of the box?
Well, I just want to make sure that in my position, I'm giving Kyle the communication we can, to know how to save and all the things we're looking forward to kind of know where we are on fuel. So a little bit out of our hands, but still trying to be involved and communicate well, bring us home.
Think about how they were communicating at the beginning of the race. Larson was saying, I'm slow, I need more. Cliff was saying, you need to save fuel, you're not giving me the number. Right. And here we are, all these laps later. He's got a chance to win for the first time on a super speedway, but he's up against his Hendrick Motorsports teammate.
Coming to the choose, Jeff, I would assume the teammates would want to start nose to tail unless they think they could cover the front row and let each other in, but that would seem to be a risky situation on the final restart.
Yeah, let's see what they do. You can see they're running different speeds because they have their engine shut off, right? And they'll shut them off at different times. So one will be going forward, the other one's going backwards. But let's see what happens. I do think that there is an opportunity to start nose to tail and then switch just past the start-finish line, but it has to be executed perfectly if they choose that.
They're going to split the front row, and they're going to cover the front row. So they're going to start side by side, Hendrick cars side by side on the front row. Now the good news is side by side is, I take this back one thing. I know they're teammates, and Kyle Larson looks good on points, but I also think they have to, they can't try to win at the expense of the other, meaning wrecking or things like that. But at the same time, I believe you also have to try to win your race. And we'll see whether they work together here in the restart or whether they drag race side by side. If they do stay side by side, is the 77 to the 23? Who is your preferred pusher, I guess, becomes the next question.
We know that many of you turn on at different times. For those of you turning on lately, let's get you back to a race recap so you can see what has gone down so far. And this was a significant multi-car crash in stage one. This was AJ Allmendinger, the race leader. Huge hit.
There's two of the wrecks we've seen. The race leader got involved in it, had nothing to do with it. This took out a lot of cars simply from pushing and shoving, trying to make your lane go faster. AJ, in a great deal of pain, had the breath knocked out of him. He's okay now.
Unfortunately, it took Chase Elliott out of the race. This was an unusual incident involving Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, loses control, under braking. There was a little bit of water weeping up between the seams. He gets his rear tires in and he gets spun out. Luckily not collecting. And then this final wreck right here, a push on the outside, catches the 17 who's trying to pick up that push, spins him very quickly to the inside, and a big impact on the inside wall.
And that leaves us in an overtime situation. This is Chris Buescher. Look at him. Look at the eyes. He knows the big
All right, well, headed into overtime here at the Talladega Superspeedway. Overtime in the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races this weekend. And maybe no surprise at that, but next surprise is, will we get to the white flag or not? And if we do, the next flag will end the race, whether it's the yellow or the checker. William Byron, Kyle Larson on the front row for the restart. Green flag going to be back in the air. Can one of these Hendrick Chevys get the win and advance to the championship 4? 4 playoff drivers up in the top 6 positions because Briscoe and Bell not that far behind as well, and they're the first driver in and out of the cut line. So they're in major need of a win. Bubba Wallace on the outside pushing Larson, and Carson Hocevar on the bottom pushing Byron. 19 is all over the 23 and the 5. 3 cars pushing at once. Probably not going to be as steady up there, and Larson not able to keep the momentum forward. That allows for William Byron to nearly pull clear. Up off the exit of turn 4, but Larson side drafts him back and gets a run of his own. Kyle Busch to the outside with help from Ross Chastain trying to get a third line formed. Larson to the lead, pulls to the inside. Might have gotten pushed there by Bubba Wallace, and Wallace is going to lead this lap of the line. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Larson and Wallace side by side. It's Toyota versus Chevrolet for the moment. Busch fading on the outside lane, mostly gridlock 2x2. Briscoe pushes the 23 of Bubba Wallace, nearly clear. Down this back straightaway, Larson gets loose. Oh, he might be out of gas. Larson's out of gas. He's slow down the back straightaway. Bogs the entire inside lane down. Wallace hung up high by a fellow Toyota driver, Chase Briscoe. Ty Gibbs goes with his teammate Briscoe, and Briscoe trying to make a move for the win. Wallace is going to try to get the run back on the high side again. Todd Gillen in the 34 will come to push the 23. But the 54 pushing the 19 a little bit better. Byron spins into the infield behind. But to no avail, anybody forget that call in the finish. Jeez, that was bad. Chase Briscoe with the race win at Talladega. I butchered that so badly. I'm sorry. I was so confused with what was all going on there with the 24 car in the tri-oval, and I got sidetracked. Chase Briscoe wins at Talladega. That's probably my worst call of all time. I apologize for that. A move to the inside down the back straightaway by Briscoe on Bubba Wallace after Larson had ran out of gas, kind of created an opening on the bottom, and Briscoe moved to the inside, had help from his teammate Ty Gibbs. Gibbs gave him the push needed to clear off of turn 4. Wallace couldn't get the push inside in time. And Chase Briscoe is going to get the win. And because he wins, he is obviously locked into the championship 4 at Phoenix for the first time in his NASCAR Cup Series career. 3rd win of the season for Briscoe. Had a masterful job today trying to get all the points he could. He won stage 2, wins the race. And I don't know what the points look like, but with the 24 spinning in the tri-oval and Larson running out of gas on the final lap, that was an absolute disaster for Hendrick Motorsports. And now the 5 and the 24, we're looking at a decent point shape. It's probably not going to be the case going into the next race of the round. We'll have to go through our full field finishing results. I'm not sure where the 12 or the 22 finished in that, but I would imagine it was ahead of the 5 and the 24. Same for Bell in the 20. He definitely beat all of them as well. We'll go through the finishing results once the 19 of Chase Briscoe gets back around to the front stretch and we get the interview with our race winner. Who is, I believe, still burning it down, or maybe just got done burning it down on the front stretch here at the Talladega Superspeedway.
He came into the race at Talladega 25-1 to win it today. And Chase Briscoe said, "Not so fast, my friends." And welcome to the championship 4 for the first time ever. Chase Briscoe, everyone, the Indiana native, delivers here in Central Alabama. Wow, kind of hurt tears in your eyes on that cool down lap. Go grab the checkered flag, absolutely, and wave it to these Talladega fans here, Chase. From your windshield, how in the world did those final few laps play out?
Ty Gibbs, just incredible teammate there. I mean, I honestly would not have won that race without Ty. So just an amazing team effort. I can't believe I won a super speedway race. I haven't done it at any level anyways. Thank you guys so much. Every time I come to Talladega, this place is sold out. And it's an unbelievable atmosphere. I cannot believe I won here. Johnny Morris is here with Bass Pro Shops. And yeah, it's not hit me. We're going to Phoenix.
You have raced for a championship in the Xfinity Series, but this is the first time in the championship for a Joe Gibbs or for you and Cup. Is this a dream come true?
Yeah, absolutely. Just so thankful that the Lord's blessed me, opening doors and even closing doors at times, but certainly, open an incredible door here with Joe Gibbs Racing. And yeah, I mean, God is so good. I say it all the time. And even today, I just had such a peace. Normally I'm scared to death, nervous wreck around this place. I just had such a peace that regardless of the finish, he was going to use it, somehow for his glory. And pretty cool that it ends up in victory lane.
All right, now 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars into the championship 4 lead. Chase Briscoe wins it at Talladega.
The 30-year-old from...
Well, margin of victory for Briscoe, just over 1/10 of a second ahead of Todd Gillen, who does end up in second place. Ty Gibbs third, Bubba Wallace fourth, and Cole Custer rounding out the top 5 in fifth. A 6th place finish for Carson Hocevar, a 7th place finish for Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell in 8th, Zane Smith 9th, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10. Shane Van Gisbergen in 11th, Daniel Suarez 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Jonathan Nemechek 14th, and Ryan Preece 15th. Joey Logano 16th, Michael McDowell 17th, Casey Mears 18th, Kyle Busch 19th, Ty Dillon 20th. 21st for Anthony Alfredo, Austin Hill 22nd, Ryan Blaney 23rd, Denny Hamlin 24th, William Byron, Kyle Larson, last 2 cars on the lead lap, 25th and 26th. 2 laps down in 27th for Austin Dillon, BJ McLeod 28th, Alex Bowman 29th, Chris Buescher in 30th, Cody Ware 31st, Riley Herbst 32nd, 33rd for Josh Berry, Austin Cindric 34th, Eric Jones 35th, Noah Gragson 36th, AJ Allmendinger 37th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 38th, Justin Haley 39th, and Chase Elliott in 40th. 10 cars, scratched out 11. 11 cars DNF'd in today's race. What a nightmare for HMS. William Byron, best finishing car for Hendrick Motorsports today, 25th for him, 26th for Larson. Elliott dead last with an early crash at 40th. Alex Bowman, some sort of mechanical issue, finishes 6 laps down at 29th. Larson ran out of gas on the final lap, and Byron got spun in the trial. Well, I'm not sure exactly who by, but obviously we have more to cover here in our post-race show. If we get any other interviews from top finishers, which I'm sure we will, you'll get to listen into that. Waiting for them to pull up the point standings post-Dega, going into Martinsville. And here we have it. So listen closely. Hamlin, Briscoe, locked into the championship 4. And above the cut line, plus 37, Christopher Bell, plus 36, Kyle Larson. With Briscoe winning the race, he was the last driver in on points coming into the day, so that moves the cut line just a bit. Byron is now the first driver out, minus 36 behind Larson. Logano, minus 38, Blaney, minus 47, and minus 62 for Elliott. Mathematically, the only driver in a must-win situation is Chase Elliott, but as many points back as Byron, Logano, and Blaney are, it's pretty much a must-win situation for the 4 below the cut line. And as for Bell and Larson, if we do get a different winner below the cut line, only 1 point separates the 20 and the 5 going into the round of 8 finale next weekend at Martinsville Speedway. Wait to see if we get an interview from any of the other top finishers. 3 hours, 26 minutes, 28 seconds total time on today's race. 6 cautions, 77 lead changes, 28 laps spent under the yellow. And we did go past the scheduled distance. I'm not sure exactly how many laps we ended up running past the scheduled distance in overtime, but we went past the original 188 laps, 500 miles. So post-race is coming up on Peacock, I do believe. So we'll go into looking at the Fantasy League next. You can join the Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season and or playoff championship. And as we take a look at the Fantasy League, it'll be Fantasy and then the Fantasy Live on the left side of the screen here on NASCAR.com. So Fantasy Live tab. Fantasy team did not do very good at all today. None of them actually finished inside the... Well, Brad did. Brad Keselowski had a top 10. The rest of them did not. And no stage points for Brad either or Kyle Busch. And Logano, Blaney ended up finishing outside the top 15 for me despite scoring decent stage points. Yikes. Kyle Busch, Blaney, Logano, Keselowski, Cindric were my starting 5. On the head-to-head battle, I only ended up getting 20 bonus points for Blaney beating Elliott, Bubba beating Ross Chastain. Briscoe beat Logano, and Larson did not beat Bell because of running out of gas there on the final lap. So 14th for me this week with 124. The winner for Talladega in the Fantasy League, EC23 with 208 points. Hercules Harrigan in second with 181. Tied for third between P-Shat Motorsports and CRN Corona at 177. And at 174 with Jarrett, 23, 44, 55, 666. Ends up in fifth with 174 points. Rounding out our top 5 for this weekend. Coming into the week, Inside Uranus was the points leader. Not a great week for him. He ends up 15th this week. And Monster Jam Extended was second, 143 points, finishes 12th. So both of the top 2 in points finish outside the top 10. Curious to see what the point standings are going to look like after the fallout of this race. Can't check that live at the moment on the overall standings because inspection is not done yet. But we will have a look at that obviously next weekend at Martinsville on the channel, and you can check if you're in the league after the post-race inspection has concluded. So Martinsville round of 8 finale next weekend on the channel. If you haven't hit the like button yet, be sure to do so. We did hit our like goal, so thank you for that. Like goal of 100, we hit 109 subscribers. Be sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Start times for next weekend on the channel, listen closely. Friday evening, we'll be live for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series at Martinsville Speedway. That will be the next live commentary stream right here on the channel. About to pull the start times up. Give me a quick second. Start times for next week. So 6 p.m. Eastern will be live on Friday evening for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Race under the lights at Martinsville Speedway. And then the NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying live commentary stream will be at 4:30 p.m. Eastern on late Saturday afternoon. Saturday night, under the lights at Martinsville for the Xfinity Series, 7:30 p.m. Eastern for that. So doubleheader Saturday per usual. Probably triple header with NASCAR 25 as well. And then Martinsville Speedway for the Cup race next week. Same start time as today, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll go live for the pre-race, followed by 500 laps at Martinsville. So that is the live commentary schedule for next weekend. Appreciate everybody staying tuned for this one. I'm sorry I butchered the call at the very finish of that race. I had, honestly, a great race, I think, of commentary call until the final, couple hundred feet. There was so much happening there, and I just kind of lost myself, so I apologize for that. Chase Briscoe did get the win. I did try to cover it up in the post-race exactly what happened on that final lap, obviously, as well. Congratulations to Briscoe getting the win, 3rd of the season. And again, he'll be going for a championship at Phoenix, a place where he has won at before. His second career Cup win actually ended up coming there, or first career Cup win actually ended up coming there with SHR back in 2022. So we'll see if he can do it again when it matters the most. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe for JGR locked in. 2 more spots open going into next weekend's final live commentary stream weekend of the year. Because I'll be at Phoenix for the championship. So see you guys next weekend, and that'll be it for live commentary. We'll have NASCAR 25 during the week, throughout the weekend as well next week, just as we did this weekend. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you next time.